It feels like I'm playing a Bethesda game. The melee combat is lackluster. The AI is alright. It's got all the Bethesda things. Explore, loot, and shoot. After all the pirate assholes are killed, then we actually get to the main story. And in order to get the main story going, we gotta land at New Atlantis. And this is where you're gonna start to notice the load screens. The absolute overabundance of load screens. I counted 7 load screens in order to go from the planet that I was on to space, to New Atlantis' space, to the planet that New Atlantis is on, to getting off of this ship, to then using the bus to get from one place to the next, and then loading into the building that the Constellation group is actually in. 7 load screens. That's a bit too many fucking load screens.
Welcome to Constellation. We have a lot to talk about. Would you care to tell us what happened to our friend? Why you're here and he isn't?
All statements made have been factual.
This is just typical. Barrett hands over our ship and our robot to some random employee of that discount mining outfit he uses.
So it seems that Barrett does this all the time. Like, he's always giving away his shit to people, because as soon as you tell them that he did this, they're like, oh, that Barrett, dag nabbit, that silly Barrett, he's always doing things like this. And it's like, really? Seems like a really unreliable person to have on your team. So then they tell you that they're looking for these artifacts and they're not quite sure what it's going to do, and they find all the pieces, but they're investing a whole lot of money into it because, well, look at it, it's basically magic, right? So they found a bunch of locations that you need to go and search.
As to what they are, what they're building, well, you'll be part of solving that puzzle now.
You're going to trust someone you barely know that you just met with a task this important. Okay, cool. So you go to those places, and the way that these missions usually work is that you'll have to infiltrate either like a mining operation, a cave, or an office building. Literally just came to this planet just to talk to this guy. Eh?
What dissatisfaction has been training?
Who the fuck y'all talking to? Why do y'all look alike? Y'all look like 3 sisters that got different haircuts. And when you're in there, you'll find a cave that leads to one of the artifacts. But typically what you're doing is you're just running through these places, shooting up pirates or Crimson Fleet people or Eclipse or Spacers, and one of the 4 factions in the game. And once you get to the end, you get your artifact, you come back, you go through all those load screens again, you talk to Constellation, they take the artifact from you, and then you go out to do it all over again. And you do this for a while. And then you come to a certain point where they want you to investigate some gravitational anomalies on some planets. So you go there and you investigate, and what you find is that there's these... I have to take a minute to really just like have you soak in how stupid this is. But when you get there, there will be a large circle in the middle of a room. And in that room are these little spirals of light that will spawn. You're supposed to fly into the spirals of light. The little circles will start to spin faster. And once they spin up, they'll have an orgasm, and then you can fly through them and get your space magic, right? And once you discover the first power, they have you go 3 more times to do the exact same thing. And this wouldn't be a bad thing if there was actually something to do on these planets when you go to them. But there really isn't, because they're usually on barren planets with nothing to them. You go to the planet, you land on the planet, you go out and you walk to the location that you're supposed to walk to, and then when you get there, you go inside the building, do the little mini game, get your power, and leave and go back and find more places to go to get more powers. And you do that over and over again for what feels like the better part of like 5 hours. So when people tell you that this game gets better the more you play it, they're not wrong, because most people are going to mainline the story at first until they get bored of it. And this is about the time that I got bored of the game, because I was going through the main story pretty consistently, and for a long time it was just these boring ass missions with nothing to them. Then around the 10 to 12 hour mark, you hit one of the actual cool missions on Neon. Once you get the neon, the game really picks up and starts to actually be fun. But before that, it is a boring ass slog. And my question is this: how much time is an appropriate amount of time to make a player wait to enjoy the product that they bought? How long? 2 hours? 3 hours? 12 hours? 20 hours? You know, how many hours am I supposed to put into a game before my opinion is validated in the community? Well, here's the fucking truth of it. It'll never be validated. You'll never get to a point where people who enjoy the game will ever be appreciative of your opinion, because your opinion is not like theirs. They got a different experience out of it. And a lot of people are having a lot of fun with this game. But if you're like me, and you've seen all this kind of stuff before, you've played the open world games, you've been playing open world games your whole life, this game isn't doing anything new. And you might end up like me, fairly underwhelmed by the game. Still having a good time, but pretty underwhelmed by it. I mean, essentially, I called this out a while ago before the game even came out, because I saw some screenshots and I was like, yeah, this looks like it's gonna be Fallout 4 in space. And that's essentially what it is. It's the same loot, shoot, and explore formula from Fallout 4 in space. That's it. That's basically it. If you like Fallout 4 a lot, you're probably gonna love this game. Man, this is boring.
What? I don't know how Fallout 4
Really,
is like Starfield
really
at
fucking
all.
boring.
At
This game
all.
likes to get
And
away with one a lot. Whether it's the UI just not having enough information displayed on it, or just weird decisions that Bethesda made, this game gets in your way a lot. Gonna play another little bit of Starfield, going to engage in the exploration loop a little bit. Gonna engage in the loot shoot portion of the game, but in order to do that, we're gonna need ammo. We're gonna need all of the ammo that everyone has. I will say, just sort of jetpacking around in the geometry the way you're not supposed to, pretty fun. Yeah, I dig it. It starts off pretty shitty when you're not even able to because of the perks, but the moment you start opening up perks, the game starts getting good. It's really weird that they locked so many things behind the skill progression system, because that makes the game very slow, right? It makes progression and the overall game feel very, very slow. Let's concentrate on what we need to do. We need a shitload of med packs. We need a shitload of ammo. So let's go to the residential district, not the commercial district. I don't know who told you to go to the commercial district to do commercial shopping, but you actually need to go to the residential district. And no matter how long I've played this game, I still do not know where shit is in this game. So what we're gonna do is this is gonna suck. This is gonna be the most boring part of the game. I'm really sorry. 500 rounds, I'll buy all of it. Hell yeah. So then what we're gonna do is we're gonna sit here. We're gonna pass the time. Holly Walnuts is gonna
yeah, I did this too.
time. 48 whole hours he's going to sit.
Yeah.
They could have made this go a little faster. You know what I mean? This is stupid.
Yeah.
Oh my god. You made it so that the ammo is so scarce, so it's like you had to know that people were going to sit and wait. Okay, so we need this. We need all of your ammo.
Yeah, that game kind of sucked,
Hello there,
frankly.
Strat. Having
I was
fun?
very disappointed by Starfield.
Not yet. I'm hoping.
Hearing him say it.
I'm hoping that once I get all my ammo and I get all my supplies, because what I need here is to then go from this store to another store to go get med kits, and that's gonna take. Fuck, man, that's gonna take fucking forever, dog. Got all kinds of drugs. He got the drugs. This game has a lot of systems. There's a crafting system for your weapons. There's a crafting system for your ship. Now, the crafting system for your ship, though, it's interesting, but the UI is an absolute mess, and there's just a lot of quality of life stuff that's missing from it. So, why would I care about, what is this? The ship cannot be finalized due to errors in flight check. The ship has some weapons that must be assigned to a group. How do you assign them to groups? Can't figure out how to assign these bitches to groups. You know what? I mean, this shouldn't be this hard, man.
No,
press
it's
the start
not.
button and press RB to tab over the weapons. Okay. I'm sorry. That's so fucking stupid. Oh, man. I would have never figured that out, man. I never would have figured that the fuck out. But, okay, I really do not know what the fuck I'm doing. I really do not know what the fuck I'm doing. Press A without a part being selected. Oh my god. I'm sorry. You're probably wondering why I'm fucking laughing. There's like 8 fucking buttons on this controller. Why did they... Play check. Ship has unattached modules. Nah, it fucking don't, man. It really don't. How am I supposed to figure out which ones are unattached? Nope, still saying it, motherfucker. Yeah, why wouldn't it, exactly, why wouldn't it highlight the error? Because I'm not seeing it anywhere on the fucking screen, anywhere. Turns out what you're supposed to do is attach each module to those little blue rings that appear on the screen. But the thing is, when you pick up an item to actually attach it to one of those circles, some of the circles disappear. And there's no rhyme or reason as to why they do that. Like, why can't I attach this laser to this piece of equipment? There's no logical reason to it. It just is the way it is, right? And it's pretty unintuitive the first time you get into it. But the second time you get into it, you know, it's a little better, and you learn a little bit more each time you play it. It's just that I feel like the UI should be teaching you a lot more than it does. And it sort of makes the whole process of learning this stuff a little more intimidating for a first-time player. I wanted to do some side questing, right? So I kind of need to go find some side quests. So let's go do that. Now we come to side questing, and there's a lot here, and I've heard good things about the side quests, but I did not have the same experience as other people had, because, well, I'm looking at the game with a critical eye, and there's a lot of, just from a critical standpoint, a lot of problems here, and a lot of it stems from combat.
Take the elevator down to the Vanguard Orientation Hall. You can get started at any of the registration terminals. The system will walk you through the rest.
Whatever, bro, whatever. Welcome, Paulie Walnuts. Please proceed through the orientation hall to the examination chamber. Content warning ahead. I'm going to be doing some spoilers here for the UC Vanguard missions. So if you don't want to hear spoilers, well, now would be the time to eject yourself out of this video. And while these are light spoilers, I mean, I don't really spoil the story or anything. I just wanted to give you guys a heads up because I know some of you are really looking forward to this game, and I don't want to ruin it for you.
Humanity learned the Earth's magnetosphere would collapse sometime in the next half-century.
No.
To provide all their citizens with opportunity, security.
No gods only, Todd. And don't care. Don't care. Nope. 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 I'm good. I'm good. I'm gonna skip all of this. Oh no, look at that guy. Whoa, he's crazy. Keep on going. Keep on going. I'm sure at some point, if I ever play this game again, I'll probably sit down and listen to all that stuff, but today is not that day. The Vanguard mission has some really cool things.
Orange, are you getting 1v2?
Opening with the story of basically the entire game, done through little kiosks that you can interact with in the lobby. pretty cool. Then there's the simulation where you do a wave-based shoot-'em-up kind of thing to qualify to be a Vanguard. Shouldn't they have done this enter simulation shit? Shouldn't they have done this simulation before they gave me my own ship? This feels like this is supposed to be a tutorial. Come on, fucking lock onto this dick. Woo. We got through, bros. We got through, bros. And I think it's quite honestly like a huge step up from Bethesda's other games here, because usually when you join a faction in one of their games, all you have to do is just find the guy who's the lead and say, I want to join, and he go, okay, cool, come on in. No background check, no nothing. They just let you in. Anybody can become the leader of the Mages Guild, even the leader of the Thieves Guild, right? You know, that kind of thing. Well, with this system, you can still join any faction that you want, but when you do join a faction, it really does feel, at least in the UC Vanguard case, it really does feel like you're actually joining an organization and that you have to qualify to actually become a part of the organization. It's a really nice touch. I really like it.
What I've got is comms repair. Group trying to refurb an old colony war processing plant on Tau Ceti 2. Sounds like they've barely gotten set up when their communications died.
Let me guess, there's some people in there shooting up the place. So the story has you going to this planet where there's a colony and communications have gone down, and you're there to investigate what happened. Oh, there's a big ass ship right here. Are you serious? Dude, I'm stealing this ship. Aw, come on. Bullshit. Not gonna let me steal this ship. That's fucking bullshit, dude. Why even have it here then? Just don't even have it here if you're not gonna let me steal it. 'Cause you know that's what I'm gonna try and do. Got some blood in the toilet. It's like a Wendy's bathroom. Y'all never been to a Wendy's bathroom? Man, there is always blood everywhere. I don't understand what's going on at the Wendy's I go to, but man, we're actually getting some.
What?
We're getting some. What do you call that? Some environmental storytelling, huh? When you get there, everybody's dead in the most bloody way possible. It looks like somebody just came in here and dome-pieced everybody. And then you find one lone survivor. She tells you that everybody died because of a creature called a terramorph. This section acts as a nice little horror section, a nice little break from action.
Tracker's reading green. What's that sound?
Lockdown active.
Shit. Stop whatever you're doing and get in cover.
You go in there and you're being stalked by this creature, and you got to get all the turrets up in time before it finds you, and so on and so on. And there's a nice little radar that is constantly clicking off in the background, telling you how close and how far away it is, and it's a really nice setup. The only problem is the AI screws it all up. I don't give a fuck, man. Where you at? Where'd he go? What just happened just now? Oh yeah, he's got a lot of hit points. Come on, jump. I bet he can't get through a door. Oh shit. What the fuck is that? What was that exactly? It like shot through the floor or some shit. Or like there's scripted events where they're supposed to, like things are supposed to explode when it comes around. Now notice that while I'm in the midst of this heart-pounding action, you know, the music's going, the mood is set, the terramorph is right there. I'm talking about how screwy things are instead of being immersed into this, what's supposed to be a horrifying event. when somebody says that their immersion is broken by a bug, this is
Oh, good morning, number 2.
This is weirdness.
How you doing?
Not necessarily a bug, but weirdness taking me out of this otherwise really well constructed event. Like, it feels like this was supposed to be a lot more scary than it is because I'm too busy laughing at all the janky shit. Oh boy. And this is why you buy every bit of ammo that you can get, because these guys are bullet spongy, because the only reason they're difficult is because they take a fucking like 3-hole clips to take down, not because they're difficult enemies, because like look at how easily you can cheese their fucking AI. This was a unique and interesting encounter that they had proposed, that they had put together, but it completely fell apart because the aliens AI could not keep up with me. Now, if this was a one-off thing, I could kind of accept it, but it definitely happened more than once with the same enemy. Oh my god, dummy. Why did you get in the way? What a fucking dumbass. Wow, this is really difficult, man. I'm really scared of this guy. Well, what happened is I just stood behind some cover and shot the guy until he died. So the combat really lets this section down and basically ruins what could have been a really, really great mission and really a great series of missions.
Once you're inside, you can make them quick. I think you can take them out before they have a chance to respond. But you'll have to shoot to kill.
I always shoot to kill.
Back door.
I don't shoot the wound.
This key should unlock.
Okay.
Shot.
Now, just so that y'all know, this is my first time shooting a gun in a hostage situation. So if these things go bad, I'm sorry, but
Medium.
tried my best.
Crappy.
This is gonna be clean and simple and smooth. Oh, hey guys, what's up? Oh shit! Fuck! Oh no! My gun's just going off. I'm sorry. I don't know what to do. Your gun's just going off. Just chill. Get out of here. Go. Run. Fuck out of here.
Why is this
Whoops.
tower shield so fucking expensive?
I can't stop shooting. Stop.
Why is there no legendary tower
What's
shields?
happening? The
That
gun
seems
won't
weird.
stop.
Brown shield.
Maybe I should just point away from him.
Why
Okay,
is the
stop.
why are all the shields garbage?
I've heard some people call
Doesn't
this
make
game
sense.
an sim.
Thank you so
All
much.
right, well,
Thank you for what? Shooting you? I shot the hell out of both of you
I'll
guys.
just buy a tower shield. I don't care.
I heard them say this in earnest because there are some systems in this game that interact with one another in a very ImSim-y
Shield
kind
rush.
of way. But when I think of ImSim, I don't think
Shield
of
bash.
the simulation so much as I think of the immersion.
That one seems really
right?
good, but it's
ImSim is
10,000.
an immersive sim, right?
Because it has sure
Immersion
footing.
is key to the
Let's go
simulation
search for
being
that perk sure
convincing,
footing because it
right?
seems super good.
And I don't know how you can have a game that is immersive when you pump 100 bullets into a
Sure
person, they
footing.
fall down but don't die. Important NPCs are like
There, see,
the
for $5.98,
bane
for
of
20
Bethesda
gold,
games.
I can get the same shield for 10
what the hell are you
grand,
doing?
and it's like basically the same
Hey,
eye level.
Why are you shooting me?
See it?
Now,
The
Outer
econ
Worlds,
is
a game
fucked
that I
now.
think
It's
is an
like
inferior
totally
game
fucked.
in almost every way to this game.
And it has
They figured
damage
out
reduction
how
and
to
all
make
this
it so
human
that you
lore
could
and
kill
all this.
everyone in the town and
Yeah, I'll
kill
take it.
everyone that you meet and still have the game continue on.
There it
I don't know
goes.
how
So,
a company as big as Bethesda with all the
and now I've got a
Microsoft
tower
games
shield.
can't
Cool.
figure it out after all this time. Still don't understand why I'm getting attacked.
Cool. I have a
Security.
cool tower
I didn't-
shield
it's
now,
not like
though.
I killed anybody. I can't kill anybody. So of course, after you finish this mission, if you ended up killing the hostages for whatever reason, you know, call it complete mental breakdown or psychosis. Let's say you killed everybody in there, or you tried at least to kill everyone. As soon as you leave, the sheriff
Arcane
and all of his men
Smite.
are going to try and kill you because there's always
Cleric
a witness.
or
There's always
Bastion?
a survivor. Without any witnesses, the sheriff would have no way
Sprint
of knowing
forward.
if you shot
I'll
them or
take
if the
it.
Shaw gang shot them.
Assign.
You can't kill everybody in there. One of them's at least marked an important NPC.
That's a
So if you
sprint?
try to kill him, he's not going to die. He's the toughest guy in the universe.
Cool.
He's tougher than 20,000 Terramorphs. We need to give this guy some armor, a fucking weapon.
Oh, I need to get a
and send him
gem
out
for
on the
my-
front line.
my
This guy
mace.
could take out every fucking Terramorph on the fucking universe and by himself, single-handedly, with just a stick. Oh, shit. Cora, how you doing?
I am it.
Whoops.
I am at your service, Captain.
Domed. She doesn't seem affected by it. There's just no change in her expression at all. It's just tanking them hits. How you doing, babe?
What can I help you with?
What you doing? Look at her fucking face. The game honestly limits you a lot. It limits you in how you can express yourself through the gameplay because evil playthroughs really aren't even possible because number one, you can't kill half of the fucking people in the game. And number two, there aren't really any evil options in the game. I mean, you can play as a pirate, but you don't actually get to be evil. You might do some things that you might think are evil, but that's a part of the quest that you're on. You can't become a pirate and then just like decide to become Robin Hood. So I gotta ask, in like what way is this a role-playing game? What role are you playing? Is the role simply just a choice of I'm gonna hit people with my fists, I'm gonna hit people with knives, or I'm gonna hit people with bullets? If that's the only choice that is present in the game that is meaningful in any sort of way, then in what way is this a role-playing game?
Stay safe, okay?
I always wear a condom. I don't know what you're talking about.
I've occasionally had my doubts about conservation as an investment. Now,
He's just going back to it.
curious.
You powerful angry Earth war person.
Yeah! And then he falls. He's got to put away the clipboard first. Like, a lot of people just kind of brush this aside and be like, well, yeah, you know, sometimes you just can't kill everybody, okay? It's okay. You don't have to kill everybody. But it's like, I want to kill certain people. There are certain people I want to kill, and I fucking can't. It was the same problem that we had in Skyrim. We had the same problem in Skyrim as the same problem that we had in Fallout 4, and it's the same problem we have now. I mean, all these years later, and no progress in this regard. It really does hamper your ability to roleplay the game. And the reason I'm doing this is because Cyberpunk caught a lot of shit for having lackluster AI.
I don't trust
right?
Bethesda anymore.
But even Cyberpunk, when you pointed a gun at someone, they'd stop and put their hands up because they're frozen in place because, you know, that's what happens when a gun gets pointed in your face. You might freeze up, right? Or you
Yeah.
might pull a gun on the guy and try to start shooting him, you know?
Yeah.
But mostly you're going to put your hands up, right? And the only time they run away is when you fire off a warning shot, and then they'll run away. In fact, everyone around you will run away. In this game, that doesn't happen. All right, so we're in a residential district, and I'm just gonna, you know, start pointing my gun at people and see if they react or do anything when I do that. So, hey, how you doing? How you doing? Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Hi, cop. Hey, how you doing? Put your hands up. Come on, come on. How about you? How about you? Do you have anything to say about this? No? Nothing. Alrighty then. What about you guys? What about you guys, huh? Let's see if we fire a shot here. If these guys will run away. Oh, no, he just got tired of standing there. How about you? What the f— What? I wasn't even pointing at him! I wasn't even pointing at the guy! What the fuck? Okay. And they don't do anything when you shoot near their head. Right? They just stand there. They just stand there looking bored like nothing happened. I could fire shots. I could fire shots at this cop's head. Right next to him. Right next to his ear. Look at that. Right next to his fucking ear. And he won't do a damn thing. He'll just stand there. Look, I'm gonna shoot at this cop's feet. Get going. Yeah. So they don't do anything. The only time they'll do something is when you shoot somebody. Right? Yeah. Then they'll do something. But they won't do anything preventative with the madman who's running around discharging a weapon in public. Does that seem immersive to you? I don't know. It doesn't seem immersive to me. Is this a good game? Man, that's a really loaded question. That's a really hard
I think it's a good game in 5 years after mods, and I'll be happy that I bought it and that it's in my catalog, but I don't think it will be until then. And it took me listening to my peers to understand because I had been on the copium. Definitely been on the copium with their... But I mean, I did stop Starfield, and it's not like I have any desire to go back. It's weird.
I feel like it's an entertaining game.
It's an entertaining game.
There's times where it's very entertaining and I'm able to lose myself in the game. And then there's other times where it's very slow. There's a lot of dialogue that sort of just kind of goes on for what feels like forever. There's no brevity in the dialogue at all. There's no fucking chill. It's like 100 miles per hour spouting exposition sometimes. The missions themselves is also a rather mixed bag. As I've pointed out here, there are some missions that are very good, and then there are other missions that are pretty piss poor. The main mission being chiefly among them. And a lot of people use the excuse that, well, it's the main story mission. Nobody ever does the main story mission in Bethesda games. And it's like, yeah, but I do. I play every single main story mission in a Bethesda game. I've played through all of them. I like the games for those reasons. I like to play the main story, and then I like to fuck around and become the guild leader of every guild. That's the order in which I play these games. Other people may differ, but I do it that way. So my natural instinct was to gravitate towards the main mission, and I think that really soured me, honestly, because the main mission is really just that bad. It is slow, boring, and it doesn't ever seem to get where it's trying to go. Especially before
yeah, I think I'm kind of done.
Decide to go side questing and
like I think I'm kind of done with story-based games. I don't find video game stories compelling. And that sucks. I mean, I'm sorry, but I don't. Like, frankly, I'm more likely to put on YouTube and listen to true crime story, because that shit's always compelling. There's always something really fucked up going on there, the reasons why people do things and stuff. Or even, like, you know, something like Lord of the Rings. Or, I mean, if you want to go less dense, I don't know, fantasy, you know? Almost every story I can think of in video games are bad. There's like 5 that have had good stories, and not one of those 5 is Bethesda. And I'm not saying these things to be dismissive or say that they didn't make good games or didn't write good stories in their games. I'm saying I don't find the stories compelling. So it doesn't matter how well they're done to me. I don't care about them. I never cared about the WoW story or lore or any of that stuff. Oh, shit, you really do run forward, huh? Oh, yeah. Wow, the strike is very fast. Look, it's very fast. It's like, man. Wow. That's fun. Oh, I like the flail. It's actually super good. Got this cool purple flail and badass shield, you know? When I'm blocking, I can still move fast. Can I block arrows? I don't see any mobs. It's like annoying. Fuck. No mobs. Where's a mob at? Let's go. I'll just like run around with the monkey there, that thing. Yeah, you. Cool, it looks awesome. Oh, it's so cool. It's like a whip. It's so cool. What? What? And now I have that sound again, I think. Maybe if I teleport, it'll go away. Damn it. I like it. It's the poison mist. Wow, you can just keep light attacking people. Fucking sound is annoying. You coming or no, stupid ass mob? Come on, you're like the last one. Oh, somebody killed it, did they? Did they? Okay, well. Wow. Okay, maybe I can teleport home now and it'll fix the sound, hopefully. Nope. Fuck, so annoying. I'm gonna face the queue again. What is it? Maybe dropping it all off will stop it. Yeah, like that. Nope. What is it? Why is... Oh my god, what is that sound? It's not UI. It's sound effect. What the fuck, man? Fucking annoying. I'll just face the queue again, I guess, rather than have that sound. Really annoying. Fucking annoying. Come on, man. Let me just... Tell me you have like a 10-second rule where I can just get back into my spot. Get back in. Get back in. Come on, man. Let me get back in. Let me get back in my spot. Let me get back my... let me get my spot. Please, please, please. No, I'm gonna face the queue. Oh, God. MMOs. Well, no one says I can't play another game. You know, I can do other stuff in the background. It's okay. You don't seem like you're even logging in. Fucking sound. Wow, and now you can't even like log in. Maybe I'm facing problems with it. Well, whatever. That's sound. Oh no, there's the queue. 377. That's okay. Well, that's okay. We'll do other things, and that's cool. It's triple the queue. It'll be like fucking 10 minutes or something, but that's okay. In the meantime, I will do work on modding Fallout 7 or Fallout New Vegas, I guess, in the background, and I'll show you guys what I'm doing since, like, you know, that won't affect anything that we're doing here. And I should be able to do that. And check out my Streamlabs. Yep. Yeah, we'll hear. Hopefully the queue won't be too bad. It hasn't been too bad. Yep, and then one other thing I was going to do is I was going to go watch... Oops, gotta mute that. I gotta change my title so that I may... Okay, so there's that. So we can double check the tags on the Twitch, make sure it's really actually changed them. Yep. Sorry for the problem, guys, but that sound makes it impossible for me to think. Ooh, yeah, that cue is not moving. Well, that sound made it impossible for me to think. I should have just killed the sound effects and stayed in. But I mean, I'm not gonna forego sound effects. I'm not, you know. So yeah. No. Yeah, and then
empty space. And then you've got like the procedural generation, and you would think that like procedural generation would give you just this wealth of content that you could just never get through. But the procedurally generated planets that I've been on, I've in total, I think I've been to like maybe 7 or 8, maybe 10, and each one had sort of the same layout. You go into a little square, map, and it's populated with a bunch of different points of interest, and sometimes you get interesting points of interest. And what I mean by they're interesting the first time you see them, but then you see them 100 more times and it's like, okay, this was uninteresting the second time I saw it. And then you get like these little bases or outposts where you have to go in and kill a bunch of Eclipse or go and kill a bunch of pirates, and that's it. That's really the extent of the content in the procedurally generated planets. And how quickly can that stuff get boring? So the main thing, the main selling point of the game, this procedurally generated world or universe, as it were, it's kind of not a real selling point once you start playing it, because it doesn't feel like what you're expecting, or what you're most likely expecting. Overall, I would say that it's a very decent game. If you like Fallout...
This was good. Thank you for the excellent content from stream. Strategy Productions. I've liked and sub to your channel.
The metaverse is the worst thing ever made.
Oh my god. Yeah, what happened? You guys like sat around on your money hands. And...
What about like wasps?
Yeah.
I think wasps have to be worse than the metaverse, right?
Yeah.
I mean, damn.
Adding legs, or the fact that it feels like an abandoned mall, or obviously the Wii Sports tier graphics. For almost 2 years since the first announcement, people have laughed at it, thinking that it was a joke, a catastrophic mistake by Mark Zuckerberg, billions wasted on these terrible cartoonish characters. People everywhere online were talking about the end of the metaverse, why the metaverse will never be successful, and ever since, it's always been laughed at, never taken seriously. Until now. In a recent episode on Lex Friedman's podcast with Mark Zuckerberg, reality set in as Mark Zuckerberg blew away all expectations.
The following is a conversation with Mark Zuckerberg inside the metaverse. Mark and I are hundreds of miles apart from each other in physical space, but it feels like we're in the same room because we see each other as photorealistic codec avatars in 3D.
268, nice. A third of it's over.
I think this is really cool, man. I do. I think this is impressive. This is awesome.
Technology is incredible, and I think it's the future of how human beings connect to each other in a deeply meaningful way on the internet.
Using some facial scans and some experimental headsets, it became clear to everyone that VR is getting scarily realistic. Whilst this was only a tech demo,
yeah, look at that. Holy shit, bro. Like, that's fucking impressive.
The new technology is able to transmit detailed facial expressions data in real time. These are overlaid onto a 3D model, giving seamless photorealism to what used to be a cartoonish joke. And it's just the latest of a whole warehouse.
I mean, to be fair, the original metaverse graphics were really bad. They were really, really, really bad.
Of Pandora's boxes that the tech industry has been opening. From ChatGPT preparing for full AI integration with smartphones to Meta's new smart glasses and headsets, we are standing on the precipice of a holographic future. The biggest recent development is obviously the new technology that was shown off in the podcast. It was conducted completely as VR avatars, with a split screen showing each layer of it. First, the reality of Zuckerberg and Friedman wearing VR headsets and headphones. Then,
yeah, I think that's just so amazing. I do. I think this is cool. Yeah, this is a huge step. Yeah, exactly. Like, they upgraded to Unreal 5. I mean, it seems like it, right? Especially with, like, that lighting, because that's something that Unreal does very well. Yeah, look at this. This is amazing.
3D imaging facial scan, and finally the accurate real-time VR image they were both seeing. To say it's an upgrade is a massive understatement. Meta went from this, these goofy looking uncanny valley.
Yeah, bro, that's insane. Yeah, nobody wants to look like that on the right. Bro, yeah, that's a Wii Fit avatar.
Characters to nearly photorealism. But how did they make the jump so quickly, and why didn't they make a bigger deal out of this? Well, we're still a little way off of seeing this as a consumer product. According to Zuckerberg, the scans took hours using a specialized machine at Meta's offices. And even then, they only really capture the head and the shoulders. The arms, torso, and the rest are a little bit trickier and seemingly out of reach for now. But if technology has proven anything, it's that once you see these sorts of things in tech demos, it won't be long before we see them in reality. Computers decide.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's the thing is that, like a lot of people look at the current version of something and they say, oh, this is bad. But the truth is, like, this is an evolving technology, right? I mean, you think about like how video games were whenever I was a kid, right? Or whenever you guys were kids, like probably a lot different than they are now.
Size of a room shrunk down to a small box in barely a decade, while getting more powerful by an order of magnitude. And it won't be long before you can spend a couple of minutes scanning yourself with a smartphone, then use this technology straight afterwards. And the uses for this technology are almost infinite. And they aren't all insidious, but they do seem wrong in some way. Lots of people are discussing the possibility of bringing back the dead as digital avatars. Using AI models of their personality, combined with this technology, would create a realistic visage that could speak as that person. With a decent scan, you could talk.
Yeah, I mean, obviously this is weird, but like, I don't want to micromanage the kind of weird stuff that other people do. Like, let them do it. Like, who cares? Like, oh my God, somebody's gonna do something weird. Like, well, let's not have the technology at all. Gives a fuck.
To anyone, from your own lost loved ones, the greatest figures from history. It's an unsettling idea.
And let's check this guy out.
Yes, America, yeah.
I mean, who hasn't wanted to play a text, adventure game with Snoop Dogg?
They won't really be those people, of course. Just what.
Bro, Beethoven, that's a good-looking dude. God damn.
Whatever the AI model thinks they are, combined with a 3D
George Washington? Oh my God.
model. But having them right in front of you, combined with the way AI can seamlessly mimic human expressions, is frightening. And you can easily imagine how this will impact our own lives. If the technology is there, people will be using it for this purpose. There's no denying it. But how can people be expected to move on with their lives? Having constant access to a representation of someone you lost could be like torture. However realistic it.
I don't know. I feel like there's always like this weird thing that everybody has like this mindset that they have to control the morality and like the indulgences of other people. Like, yeah, I think it's kind of weird to do that, and I don't think it's healthy at all. And I wouldn't recommend somebody to do that. I don't think it's a good idea, but like, who am I to tell somebody else what they should do in their life to make them happy? So like, if they want to do something, why can't they do it? Like, is it really a bad idea that like, people can do what they want to do, right? I mean, like, what the fuck?
Gets, you simply can't reduce people down into a set of responses in a 3D image. Whatever Meta, OpenAI, or Apple come up with won't ever compare to real people for a long, long time. Maybe never. This technology might help the grieving process for some people, but it will just draw it out or stop it entirely for others.
I just don't think that's like, I feel like in a lot of ways, like, I don't think I have like the moral authority to tell another person how they should grieve for somebody or how they should process loss. I could tell them like what I think is a good idea or not, right? But like what I think tell them is fine, but it's enforce it on them is the problem. Like I don't think I have the moral authority to enforce you should do this certain thing.
People in an awful limbo stage. The problem is just one part though of how this technology would draw people away from reality and further into our digital world. The more
I think you can make that argument with like a computer. People made that same argument with like computers and smartphones, so you know what I mean? Yeah.
Realistic VR becomes, the more people will be sucked away from the real world. We're already seeing the start of this everywhere. When you look around, you see people retreating into their phones mid-conversation, or like how some people seem to live their entire lives online. Most people spending around 4 to 6 hours a day just on their phone.
I do that.
Meta's gamble is simple. As the world keeps getting worse in this crisis and VR gets more realistic and enticing, more people will get hooked. Every new part of life they can synthesize will be plugged into the metaverse. Alarmingly, in the Lex Friedman podcast episode, Zark kept describing the end goal of Meta, blending the digital and the real world together so that reality is practically indistinguishable.
Another thing.
I think that's obviously the goal, right? I mean, like, is you want to have reality and the people that are engaging in the metaverse to not be able to distinguish it from real life. That's like the goal with like any of those, isekai animes, right? Like that's Sword Art Online, etc. So yeah, I mean, definitely this is what the goal is. That's what people want to do. And again, I don't really see this as being a problem. Like, why is this a problem? Like, if somebody wants to live their whole life on the internet, who gives a fuck? It's their life. Yeah, that's what I think, man. I mean, damn, playing video games in the metaverse is getting, yeah, it's very impressive. Exactly. Society gives a fuck. But what right does society have to impose their moral will on the individual in the cases of the individual not hurting society as a greater, like a greater entity? Like, that's really what the issue is, right? It's not that, like, society can disapprove of something, and I don't think people should have to approve of this. You can think this is weird as fuck, right? But I just don't think it should be disallowed. Does that make sense? Yeah, sure, it's weird as fuck. But, like, people are weird as fuck. So what's the surprise? How is that sustainable for society? How is society sustainable right now? Yeah. The result is lowered birth and it will hurt society? No. I don't necessarily think that's 100% true. I mean, Japan's having those problems now, and they don't have this VR shit. I mean, or if they do, they have the same stuff that we do. I think it's a cultural thing. You don't need everybody reproducing.
I think it's going to be fascinating about being able to blend together the digital and physical worlds in this way is we're also going to be able to embody AIs as well.
And what's scary
and also,
is that
I think the main reason why people don't have kids is because they can't afford them. So, like, really, society is saying, like, okay, so it is kind of like what I said before about, like, the video we looked at yesterday. It's like, okay, so the problem is that, like, guys can't get girlfriends, so they look for AI girlfriends. Okay. So is really that the problem, or is the problem is that the guys can't get the girlfriends in the first place? Because the issue is that people, it's not that they don't want to have kids, it's that they feel like they can't have kids. They don't have the resources to have kids. They don't have the time to have kids. They don't have the autonomy to have kids. So they don't really have the option to do that anyway. So it's not like they're going into VR instead of having kids. I think they're going into VR because they can't have kids. Now, obviously, you're going to have overlap, sure. But I think the real problem is that people feel like they don't have the autonomy to do that in the first place. How far can you blame the individual? Well, I'm saying, like, it's a systematic problem.
Watching this podcast, you realize he's right. This is coming. This is the future. Already our minds are already interconnected with this digital realm. We find ourselves increasingly connected to virtual spaces. Almost subconsciously, our devices have begun to function as an extension
80, not too far now.
With our memories, preferences, secrets, passions, emotions, all attached to the virtual world. However, when our very existence and cultural fabric become enmeshed in this realm, it's a moment for profound reflection, and is leading to what the philosopher Robert Nozick coined the experience machine. And his idea of the experience machine already mirrors the essence of the metaverse. In his thought experiment, he imagined a device that could be attached to one's brain, stimulating it to experience boundless euphoria. And if people were asked to experience this, most people would decline, as they would want a life imbued with purpose, not just constant, undeserved happiness. But let's push the boundaries a little bit here. What if there existed a mechanism that could somehow trigger infinite significance, constantly giving you purpose in a digital world? Perhaps this is the precipice we're standing on now.
No, that's one of the best things about games. Have you ever gone and gotten up and played a video game all day long and done nothing else with your day, but because you had so much fun playing the game, you went to bed and you really feel like you did something that day?
Yep.
Those are the best days.
Yep.
Metaverse offering a semblance of meaning and an avenue to escape loneliness by connecting all of us around the world in this digital world controlled by Zuck. From shopping, from businesses, social events, family gatherings, job interviews, all these memories, moments, and purpose within a world controlled by Meta. And in this world, you'll possess the capabilities.
Sorry guys, I'm gonna go to the restroom again before this queue ends.
Well, I think the main issue is that a lot of the people that are looking to escape into the metaverse and do stuff like this, it's primarily because their real life sucks. So, like, again, this is the thing, right? Is like the metaverse is the worst thing ever made. You can say that, sure, but the metaverse is a solution. It is a symptom of a problem, but it's not the disease itself.
The mirage, designed to ensnare you within the metaverse's intricate web of control. In essence, the metaverse would become the ultimate intoxicant. And this isn't as far-fetched as you might think. Sean Parker, former Facebook president, has openly acknowledged the toxic influence that Facebook has over the autonomy of its users. He even revealed that when Facebook engineers conceived the platform, their primary objective was, in his words, to take as much of your time and consciousness as possible.
How do we consume?
Well, that's obviously the goal with any social media platform. Yeah.
As much of your time and conscious attention as possible.
Yeah, sure.
And that means that we need to sort of give you a little dopamine hit every once in a while.
Describing it almost like a narcotic, as he went on to say that Facebook fundamentally alters your connection with society and with one another.
The unintended consequences of a network when it grows to 1 billion or 2 billion people, and it literally changes your relationship with society, with each other, with it probably interferes with productivity in weird ways.
And this is the bare bones Facebook he's talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's true for some people. Like for me, I used Facebook for a long time, and it never negatively affected my life, and it was totally fine. And I think that often, like, this is the case that happens, is that we look at the like weird, like social media addicted teenagers that are like hyper focused on it, and like obviously that's not healthy. But I would say that a lot of internet users and social media users aren't these super unhealthy, weird people. They just use it to keep up with like friends and family, and that's about it, right? I think that those people kind of get overlooked.
What about an entire reality, an entire universe? And when he said this a few years ago, it barely gained any attention.
Yeah.
And still, there seems to be no attention on this fact with the metaverse coming into our lives. No one seems to care about this. No one seems to care that our freedom is slowly going to be eroded in a world created by someone who calls his users dumb fucks.
They were. Mark Zuckerberg was right. I want to say again, he was right about this. They were dumb fucks.
As almost all of us are so addicted to our screens today, what's it going to be like when we start living in the ultimate experience machine, designed by someone who wants to addict your consciousness to it? The whole linchpin of metaverse success hinges on its ability to keep users glued to their screens, ensuring a constant influx of money. And it seems like very soon this is going to happen, as Zuckerberg announced his new smart glasses.
Yeah, I saw this. The next generation of Ray-Ban Meta smart glasses.
Okay. Meta's headset, just the first step. Get ready for Elon Musk's Neuralink plugging into your brain, coupled with AI indistinguishable from reality.
Well, I also want to like talk a little bit about the Neuralink. What they're using testing for Neuralink on right now is for helping people that are quadriplegic gain usage of their motor movements in those arms and legs, right? So I think that we have to look at the advantages of this technology, because I think they're insane and they're massive. Like there are, so like this is kind of like what my concern is with a lot of the conversations around this, is that the advantages to these things are so
okay, time to play.
And the disadvantages to them are oftentimes symptoms of larger problems. So like, for example, kids that get addicted too much to social media, how is this really the social media's fault? It's really the parents' fault, it's the society's fault, it's the culture's fault, and then we're blaming the social media. Well, what about blaming the parents? What about blaming the school system? What about blaming, you know, the kid for, I mean, even to an extent, right? I mean, kids are not completely accountable for their actions, but they're not completely unaccountable either, right? So the issue is that I have with these conversations is that, like, for something like Neuralink, theoretically, right, is you have something that gives somebody the ability to maybe move their arms and
good,
legs
I've grit.
again
Cool.
for maybe first time or for the first time in 20 years. And the truth is that it might not work the first time, but eventually it will. You know for a fucking fact this shit is going to work eventually. And when it does, I think that's a really great thing. That is
I went the wrong way. Oh, I did. Oops. Oh, well, I'm here. Let's do this.
In the process. Sure. That's what happens. That's what happens with like a lot of experiments. But it's the price. I mean, no. I mean, that's how it is. I mean, what do we? It's okay. Yeah, that's life. And they're signing up for that. They know the risks.
Yep.
And it's collateral damage. Yes. There's more Yes, there are more pros than cons.
Yep.
And what I'm saying is that the pros for this are so tangible and so real, and the cons are so intangible and oftentimes, in my opinion, symptoms of a disease rather than the disease itself. As one sounds like a bad scientist? No. The truth is, with any sort of medical experimentation at all, there are a lot of bad cases of things that go wrong, and it's been like that for the last 200 years. I'm not saying this as if it's a good thing, but that's how it is, man.
It won't be long before Tesla's androids are walking around our streets. Just like the dot-com bubble, markets are eating up this vision of the future. Although what's being sold as market salvation is actually growth in just 7 tech stocks. Opportunities that are long overhyped and overpriced by the time we get to them. In reality, every other company is sinking into the red. Inflation still rages. And even with a healthy 6-figure salary, many people are still living paycheck to paycheck. Now, rich
So many people with 6-figure salaries living paycheck to paycheck. I mean, I think that like it makes sense in a place like San Francisco, but if you're not living in like a place like that, I think that if you're making a 6-figure salary, let's take New York, LA, San Francisco, you know, maybe Portland, Miami, like a couple of other places off the table. If you're not in one of those places and you're having trouble with a 6-figure salary, that is a you problem. With children, it's paycheck to paycheck. Oh, that's probably true. Yeah, as an individual is what I'm saying. Yeah, you're right. If you have a family to support, that's totally different.
Now, rich fat cats would have us blissfully watching Fast and Furious 17 on our Meta headsets, while they stay one step ahead, storing their wealth in secretive markets known for stability. But now we can be the billionaires at their own game, getting into a market that keeps growing, fueled by the uber rich, the art market. Even during 2023's economic catastrophe, art market sales have risen above pre-pandemic levels.
Art market, what's this year? Art market has climbed above pre-pandemic level. Growth, but smaller players have had a harder time recovering. Well, yeah, of course, right? Because more and more people are going to be aware of this stuff. I think there's been a lot of awareness marketing for this kind of stuff. So yeah, it makes sense.
Luckily, you too can invest in this market without needing Elon-level money, because our longtime sponsor Masterworks has already sold over $45 million of luxury art.
I don't know if
net
that's a good
proceeds
idea or
paid
not.
out directly to investors like you. In fact, Masterworks' platform has delivered net returns of 10, 17, and even 32%, to name just a few, with 800,000 plus members. It's no
Why
surprise
is it not a good idea? Many call Masterworks a scam. Sure. Why? Why is it a scam? Art is a poor investment. No, it's not. It's not a scam, it's an auction. Yeah, because you're feeding into the stability billionaires are using, ready for a rug pull. Nobody's gonna rug the Mona Lisa. I don't know, like, I've heard people say this is problematic, but I've never really seen art has no real value. It has a like, you're right, but at the same time, that doesn't change the reality.
And there's a waitlist to join. You can get special access to skip that waitlist at a link in the description below. You see, Meta's vision down the road is to enable fully immersive augmented reality entirely within the glasses. This is still a long way off, but this next generation brings us a whole lot closer. The inclusion of AI is the most advanced feature of these.
But the most interesting thing about this isn't any of those specs. It's that these are the first smart glasses that are built and shipping with Meta AI in them.
These glasses will bring it into the forefront of people's lives, literally seeing what they see. Right now, Meta is promising things like translating foreign text. Tomorrow, they'll
literally cyberpunk? Wow, that's great.
Be able to give you subtitles for what other people are saying in real time. Will tell you how much longer you need to cook for dinner. Lots of these uses will only be good for...
Didn't Google Glass fail? Yeah. And so did the Microsoft Surface, but the iPad didn't. So did the Zune, but the iPod didn't. Yeah, I mean, bro, like they made a tablet. Microsoft made a tablet. Like, correct me if I'm wrong about this. Was it 1999 or 2001? I think it was one or the other. Like they were like way ahead of that, right? 1996, it was something like that. Yeah, it was nuts how early that was. But just people weren't ready for it.
It'll be revolutionary for people who have trouble hearing, for example. But on the other hand, it'll make people far more reliant on technology to go about their daily lives. When this happens, people forget these skills. Generally, we don't know which for people who have trouble hearing, for example. But on the other hand, it'll make people far more reliant on technology to go about their daily lives. When this happens, people forget these skills. Generally, we don't know which berries are safe to eat or how to chase down an antelope for dinner. It obviously doesn't matter anymore. Their skills we lost as they became redundant. Similarly, as the AI gets more advanced, it will be able to do more and more thinking for you. But our ability to see and understand the world around us shouldn't be something we get machines to do for us.
Being able to see, so our ability to see and understand the world around us shouldn't be something that we get machines to do for us. I disagree, because I think a lot of times people do get machines to do that for them, and you're getting a machine to do that for you now. Like, for example, like if you want to look at the Taj Mahal, like you don't go to India to see the Taj Mahal. you probably look it up and you see pictures of it, right? Or you see, you get National Geographic or something like that. And I think that, like, we've been using technology to understand the world around us ever since we've invented technology. It's not the same, but, like, what is the difference, though? Where is the difference? Where do you draw the line? It's the same. It is fundamentally the same. Yeah, I understand this requires critical thinking, so there might be people confused, but explain how this is different. Lacks sensation and awe? I don't know. I think that, like, probably the first time people saw pictures in National Geographic of what the world looked like in Africa, I bet they were in awe. For sure. It's, again, context. Traveling isn't a skill and language learning is a skill. Traveling isn't a skill and language learning is a skill. I don't understand, like, I'm not sure I really understand what you're trying to get at. It's the same, it's augmentation. We've been using calculators and tills to do math now, and nobody wants to add up a fucking thing. Yeah, that's a great example, right? Like, how many people, like, if I went and I did, I don't know, like, fucking 31 times, 57, okay? Most people, it would take them a long time to figure this out, and they would use a calculator. So the point that I'm making with this is that probably, I'd say like 30 years ago, people would probably have been better at solving this problem than they are today. That's my point, right? Is it like people would have been way better at solving this problem than they are today? Now, are people dumber than they were then? Absolutely not. It's a simple question. That's not a bad example. Well, what I'm saying is that I think that these simple questions are the best examples, actually, because the simple questions are the ones that show it in the most raw way. They're the ones that show it with, like, no restrictions, no, like, theoreticals, nothing like that. That's the stuff that's, like, people are literally dumber now because they don't know this. And this is a raw fucking fact. And you know what else? I think it doesn't matter. Because if I want to figure out what it is, 31 times 57, 1766. So I've already figured it out. And there will never be a realistic situation where I won't have a tool like that with me. And, like, for example, in like the 1800s, right, or the 1700s, do you know what a lot of people learned about? Roman emperors. Right? They learned a lot about this, and it was like the history of,
Well, I'm
like,
medium, man. I'm heavy.
leaders and, like, Roman emperors and stuff like this. And
Nice, I leveled.
now we don't know anything about that. Are we dumber now because we don't know anything about that? Yes, but no. We're dumber in that circumstance, but is that knowledge functionally useful? I don't think so. 30, I know a bunch of phone numbers by memory. My brother's 18, he doesn't know any by memory. Yeah. We must be able to critically think. Critical thinking is dying because people, can't do basic mathematics. So you think critical thinking is dying because of this. Do you want to know why I think critical thinking is dying? I think it's because people are not engaged. I think it's because their parents don't give a fuck about them. I think it's because the schools are just complete garbage. And those are the real problems and the real reasons why I think critical thinking is problematic. It's nothing like the, what do you call it? It's nothing about this other stuff. It's because of the schools that are bad. It's because of the parents that are bad. It's the way that they learn is problematic. And it's, again, this is what I was saying before, right? Is that whenever we're talking about the negative effects of technology, we're talking about theoreticals and symptoms of a disease, and we're not talking about the actual reason why these things happen. And it's like the advantages of this are massive, right? Like, they're insane. Now, as a person whose job is require a lot of critical thinking, I agree. Yeah, my AP European history class specifically changed some course history in the world.
They improved the UI a bit, but there's no bar for weight anymore.
But it added very little to know what's important from a historical perspective. Exactly, right? So all knowledge is not created equal. There's a lot of things that people don't need to know anymore, and it serves no purpose or function. People are losing critical thinking by design. The education system is equal to government ultimately. I think that you could be right about that, and I think you can make a strong argument that people are intentionally stupid. Sure, but that's not really what I'm talking about right now. What I'm fundamentally talking about right now is that people are... The reason why people don't have critical thinking is because they don't have to. I think that we're also going to be entering into an age where 80% of the human population is useless.
Oh, wow.
Flat out. I think that's what's going to happen, like 200 years from now, probably. 80% of the human population will be completely useless, totally irrelevant. How do you deal with 80% of people who have no value in society? I think that this is the only way you can. It's either that or you kill them all. But I don't think they're going to do that. 80% of useless people will also vote. Yeah, that's going to be a very big topic. I think that we'll live to that. I don't know. Depends on what happens. Do you think humans will be around for 200 years? Yeah. Australians getting automated could be true. Maybe that'll bring in more engineers in the future, and that's going to be the 20%. The truth is, most people can't be engineers. You know why? Because this little fun thing right here called a bell curve, engineers have to be right here. So if you're right here, you're not going to be an engineer. That's just the truth. Because you're stupid. Yep, there's an int check. Yeah, you need 8 intelligence. They've got 4. So yeah, let's see here. We'll keep going, but yeah, let me go back like 5 seconds just to make sure I'm caught up with this.
Ability to see and understand the world around us could be something we get machines to do for us.
Yeah, I don't agree with
It's
that.
like adding training wheels to your own brain. Another selling point from that is
Adding training wheels to your own brain. We already do that. There's a lot of learning guides and learning tools that people have. I don't agree with this being a bad thing fundamentally. I think this could be used to enrich somebody's life. And I think the enrichment outweighs the negative effects.
Integration with Facebook and Instagram. With these glasses, people can constantly be recording their lives and everything around them. They can then live stream it or instantly
Mark Zuckerberg said you're going to be able to live stream with the glasses.
post it online. It's the next way that Meta's found to break down the barrier between the real world and the virtual one. A slight reduction in the delay between you and social media. Never mind privacy, if such a thing even exists today. Something that Mark Zuckerberg actively doesn't care about. And Meta's plausible deniability about this.
Well, I think Mark Zuckerberg does care about it. That's why he duct tapes his own webcam. I think that's very telling. Like, if you have somebody who has a better understanding of technology than like 99.999% of people in the whole world, and he tapes his webcam, and he thinks that the people that give away their information for free are fucking stupid, and doesn't he have like a massive wall around like his house in Hawaii? He cares a lot about privacy. It's just that he deals in a business of removing other people's privacy. That's it. Yeah, he of course he cares about it. He cares about his business.
Little red LED that they put on the front to tell people when you're recording.
I
But
thought
if
it
you
was
just cover it up
205.
like your laptop webcam, nobody would ever know.
I
Just by
need-
wearing these though, you're already hooked into Meta's digital world. But they're not the only company.
I can just go there, I guess.
Dominates the AI market, of course. There is something equally as sinister happening with Microsoft and OpenAI, who are also getting more craze. As it was recently announced just a few days ago that OpenAI and the designer of the iPhone, Johnny Ive, are now collaborating on projects touted as the iPhone of artificial intelligence, marking OpenAI's debut into consumer devices. Backed by a $1 billion SoftBank investment, this early-stage venture, also involving SoftBank subsidiary Arm and Chip Design, aims to merge advanced AI with superior design to craft a consumer-centric AI device. While discussions are ongoing and an official agreement is yet to be reached, the product, spearheaded by OpenAI CEO Sam Altman and supported by Johnny Ive's design acumen, is anticipated.
I think like Google to an extent is AI. Like, people use AI as if it's different than what we have now. We don't have sentient AI. We don't have that. Doesn't exist. At least not yet. There are a lot of things that are artificial intelligence and that use machine learning now. I think that AI is being used in a lot of terms just as a buzzword. Like, I really think that, yeah, people use AI just as a buzzword. Like, oh yeah, this is AI. This is how, oh, how's it work? AI.
Anticipated to hit the market in just a few years. Now, while OpenAI's trajectory seems likened to iPhone's revolutionary journey, I can't help but feel this is far more dystopian and marks a turning point in human history into a future where AI replaces human
I would say that smartphones massively changed how people interacted with the world. Like, smartphones, I think they were as impactful as computers. Like, they were huge. Like, everybody has a smartphone now. Like, it's so much, like, even video games have, like, characters that have phones. Like, children have phones. People use their phones for everything. They're massive. So this is another example of it happening, yeah.
And creativity, and their partnership with Microsoft and many other companies hinted at a coming world where monopolies control not just technology, but human cognition itself. And their vision of an AI as user-centric as the iPhone might just be the chain that binds humanity to a future of digital AI servitude. Now, Apple, for all its flaws, does have some semblance of prioritizing user privacy and contrast, OpenAI's proclamations of ethical AI seem like hollow reassurances when you consider the fact that Microsoft got rid of all of their ethics departments. You see, the path they're caving towards this iPhone of AI isn't a road to enlightenment, but to—
I think that, like, whenever you talk about AI and, like, the ethical ramifications, I think there's a lot of examples, like,
6394.
People don't really use actual
I'm up.
examples. They use, like, kind of amorphous examples or, like, Skynet level examples. Because the truth is, like, you're using AI like it's a tool, right? And whether it's Chat GPT or like a picture generator or something like that, like, this is fundamentally a tool. And as in the same way, like, computers can be misused, or a smartphone can be misused, or a hammer can be misused, I don't see why you can't also misuse AI.
to a world of more control, more inequality, and more importantly, less freedom. Whilst the iPhone was a beacon of innovation, this new AI interface, if unchecked, could soon be the tool that erodes the very fabric of human individuality and freedom. And yet,
I think people said the same thing about having cell phones, right, and smartphones, because the government can track everywhere you go. I actually don't think this is, like, really that much different of an argument than the things that people use with smartphones, right? And it did, yeah, it did. And so, like, this is just how it's going to be. I think really the problem with this is that the government does not operate in the best interest of, like, the public, and the government is not agile enough to deal with these problems as they happen. That's mainly what the issue is.
At the same time, it almost feels inevitable because of the lack of government oversight in this area. I mean, the stark reality right now is that corporations, YouTubers, entrepreneurs, even workers that don't integrate AI will soon fall behind from the pack, overshadowed by those who embrace the AI revolution. Even if AI performs on par with or slightly below human capabilities, the economic benefits for businesses are undeniable.
Yeah,
and so imagine this on a greater scale when AI does overcome humanity, when its IQ reaches levels that we can't even fathom. Soon we'll have a new phone, a new computer, a new system that is far more complex than anything a human brain can even comprehend. And the reason governments aren't stopping this is because the governments that can harness superior AI will also never be outpunched or countered.
I think that's true, and then also the main reason why I think they're not doing anything is because they don't understand it. I think a lot of them just don't really understand it very well. It's probably not that much of a, some like Machiavellian reason. It's just that the people that are talking about these computer stuff, they don't really get it. They have like a secretary that does their email for them. What the fuck?
Everybody in society right now has to jump into the AI revolution or be left with nothing. That's why we see no regulation. That's why we see no pushback against this stuff.
I don't think that everybody needs to jump into the AI revolution. Like, for example, you're going to see AI revolutionize things like flipping burgers. You're going to see AI revolutionize things like coding. But it's going to be a really long time until you see an AI robot show up and it's fun. There's going to be a lot of jobs like construction workers, same thing. Now, there are machines that help build like actual, like, they'll like pour concrete like perfectly and like make walls. Sure. But it's going to be very hard to have that actually replace real construction workers and physical labor. Like, it's ironic, right? Because people usually look down on physical labor, but their society does, I think, as a general trend. But the truth is, I think physical labor is like much more resistant to like AI advances, or at least like the type of like trade, like skilled physical labor is more resistant than a lot of like coding jobs, for example.
Why it's taking over the world so rapidly, which is what freaks me out so much about OpenAI's new movement. Nobody can stop them, and nobody wants to. When all the world's top tech leaders like Elon Musk, Steve Wozniak, and many more had their proposal for pausing AI research completely ignored by all governments and companies, no one cares about the potential risks. Everybody wants to profit and control, and it mirrors this classic cosmic dilemma.
Well, the problem is also that if you pause AI research and then everybody else isn't, you're operating at a disadvantage. Where, while it might be good to pause it universally, it's not good to be the only people who pause it.
Organizations or those considering regulations can't even trust the competitors to adopt the same restraints.
Yeah.
So everybody keeps going forward, even though they know at the end of the day, this is the end game for humanity. And even if a consensus ever did emerge, there's always skepticism that global powers like China or Russia would halt their endeavors. And it's the same with companies.
Well, why would they? It's not in their benefit to disadvantage themselves.
If OpenAI or Microsoft stops, then Google, Apple, Meta will take over. And so every one of these big tech companies is pushing forward. And if these American companies aren't the ones that succeed, then it might be Chinese AI companies succeed,
or
completely
European or
altering the
something, yeah.
geopolitical sphere. And that's why right now, we are witnessing a race analogous to that of the atomic bomb's creation. But the stakes and potential fallout might be even graver. Mo Gadwat, the ex-head of Google's AI department and an expert in AI technology, just recently painted one of the most chilling pictures of AI's unchecked potential.
The speed at which those machines were learning is staggering, but at the same time, the understanding we have about why they learn, why they do what they do, is very, very limited.
With OpenAI now officially giving ChatGPT the ability to connect to the internet, OpenAI can now amass and manipulate information at a rate that leaves human comprehension in the dust.
Yeah, sure.
And their journey towards the iPhone of AI is fraught with all the dangers that Mo Gadwat warned of, where AI eventually reaches singularity, the potential point of no return.
Oh, singularity is whenever they learn and they process information so fast that like it can't even be kept up with anymore.
Because once AI surpasses human intelligence, it will spiral into a self-improving frenzy, evolving at speeds unimaginable to us. It'll speak to us like Einstein speaking to the lowest IQ person about relativity. They won't be able to even comprehend what the words mean. And so in a few years, how are we even going to control something that evolves faster than our comprehension? How do we instill ethics in an entity that just sees them as mere constraints? Especially when Microsoft is already...
Oh, I don't know if if AI sees ethics as constraints. I'm not sure if that's really what's happened or not. I mean, I think that it's important to keep in mind that like none of this AI has any sort of like actual sentience or consciousness, and I don't think they're very close to getting it. Like, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, right? They could come up with it tomorrow, but like I certainly haven't heard anything about it, right? Yet? Oh, there's always going to be a yet, but like when is this really going to happen? Probably not for a while. What is consciousness? Yeah, people don't even know what it is. There have been 50 years of development of fail-safes and boundaries. It won't suddenly go mad. Yeah, I don't really think that's the main thing that you should worry about. I think that the corrosive aspect that it would have on society is much more realistic than thinking about like some theoretical, right? Some like crazy thing.
Getting rid of OpenAI's ethical departments. We are dancing on the razor's edge between unparalleled advancements and catastrophic consequences.
The man widely seen as the godfather of artificial intelligence has quit his job at Google, warning of the dangers of AI. In a lengthy interview with the New York Times, Dr. Hinton said he now regretted his words and is worried that AI technology will flood the internet with misinformation.
OpenAI's quest for the iPhone of AI.
Which is also true. The AI that they have now gives bad information pretty regularly, right? I mean, like you see obviously survivorship bias for this, right? Where everybody sees whenever the AI does something right, but there are a lot of times whenever AIs fuck up constantly.
It's more than just a mission, it's a gamble with humanity. A gamble on whether AI will become an integral beneficial part of our daily lives, as the iPhone did, or whether it will spiral into an uncontrollable force, leaving
Well, there are a lot of people who view smartphones as a negative impact on people's lives. A lot of people see that. People are like, yeah, I don't want to, like, I think smartphones made people stupider, they made them, well, yeah, there you go. Like, they made people less aware, they made people, like, more, you know, like, fucking ADHD. Yeah.
Grappling with the
I've said that about smartphones too. They still do.
As of now, the future of technology is looking incredibly similar to the present, completely controlled by a small set of monolithic companies designed to suck out as much of your time, attention, and money as possible. By meddling with the fabric of society, these companies will make hundreds of billions. AI and
oh, I got the sound again. No.
Bullshit. Yeah, I think that obviously that's going to happen to an extent. People are going to have less freedom with certain things, but I think the reason for that is because of the government and because the government not letting things happen, right? Or not regulating things. That's really the main issue, right? There's the video. I think this is actually a pretty good video, and this type of topic, like I love talking about this kind of stuff because I find it to be very interesting. But the truth is that, like, I think this stuff is going to happen more and more. And you're going to see more and more people that are look up Roku's Basilisk. Oh, I know all about that. But, like, how long until AI fucks a politician's wife? Oh, probably sooner than you might imagine. Because government now has the means to control efficiently. Exactly. Did you just try to equate regulations with freedom? Yes, regulations do in many cases amount to freedom for a lot of people. So basically, you don't want to have a situation where Like, a company has the ability to impose their will over an individual to an extent that it infringes on the individual's life. Yes, oftentimes, yes, regulations can actually increase the net freedom of the world, sure, or of a city, or a country, or whatever. Of course, that, I mean, like, how can you not think like that? Like what? Like, well, what are regulations, right? Regulations are laws. There's a law
Had a
against slavery.
total
The reason you
familiarity.
can't do that is because it's against the law. The government doesn't let you do that. And that's a rule that everybody has to follow that increases freedom. Anyway, yeah, I think that the metaverse stuff can be very worrying for a lot of people. But I think, as with every other type of technology, whether it's cell phones, smartphones, computers, calculators, whatever, the society and humanity will learn to adapt to it, and people will they'll do what works, right? And they'll keep the good stuff and hopefully get rid of the bad. Now, obviously, that won't happen with everything, but in general, I do think that's what will happen. You can't just pretend like AI is not going to happen. You can't just completely stop AI. It's just, and if you do, then other people will do it, and then they'll do it to their benefit and your disadvantage, right? So, yeah.
Sound is so annoying. I'm just gonna turn out the sound entirely. It's even at a low level, it's still really annoying, and then I was gonna watch videos.
Happening tomorrow, sentencing day for disgraced upstate New York self-improvement guru
Keith Raniere.
The NXIVM founder had followers that included actors and millionaires.
Actress Allison Mack is out on bail after facing a judge in Brooklyn. Prosecutors
For
say
what?
she recruited women into a sex trafficking sorority disguised as a women's empowerment group.
Oh my god, what? Allison Mack?
Founded in Albany in 1998, NXIVM offered self-help courses for thousands of dollars. It expanded across the country to Mexico and Canada. In 2015, a secret female-only society was added called DOS, or The Vow, with masters and slaves. At the top of DOS, prosecutors say actress Allison Mack.
If convicted, both he and Mack could face up to life in prison.
Are you glad this is all over? Any comment at all? Any comment? Why do you think you were misguided by Raniere?
Ooh, nice new. Ooh, cool. It has a. It already had a nice gem in it. Nice, cool musket. Yeah. Blow the horn.
Allison
Shadow
Mack
the Dragon.
was born
Shadow
to
the
American parents in 1982 in West Germany.
Her father was an opera singer, and her mother a school teacher.
Allison Mack is from
After
West
her father
Germany.
finished performing in Germany, they moved to Long Beach, California.
I feel
where
like I can't
Allison
get out of
began
this
acting
house.
At only 4 years old. In the 90s, she starred on TV shows besides prominent actors like Eugene Levy, and at age 14, she guest starred on Seventh Heaven,
What?
a popular show where the actress Jessica Biel got her start. Allison played a troubled student at school who needed crisis intervention on Seventh Heaven. But she wasn't just on TV. Allison appeared in movies like A Private Matter with Sissy Spacek, Unlikely Angel with Dolly Parton,
What?
and she was in the sequel to Honey, I Shrunk the Kids titled Honey, We Shrunk Ourselves, starring Rick Moranis and a young Mila Kunis.
Oh, wow.
But Allison's biggest role came at age 18 when she was cast as Chloe Sullivan in a superhero series called Smallville. Smallville was a TV show about the early adventures of Kryptonian Clark Kent, played by Tom Welling, and follows him as he learns about his developing superpowers. Allison's character, Chloe, was one of Clark Kent's closest friends who provided operational support to Clark and their team of heroes. Chloe's superpowers were empathic healing and super intelligence. Allison once described Chloe Sullivan's power as, quote, the ability to heal others by taking their pain and making it her own, unquote. In videos on her YouTube channel, Allison would tell fans how the Smallville set had something they jokingly referred to as the alley board. It was a board Allison stood on when next to her co-star Tom Welling that gave her about 3 to 4 inches of height, being as Allison is only 5'5" and Welling is nearly a foot taller than her, standing at 6'3". Allison starred on Smallville from 2001 to 2011, and the show's success heightened her career. She was nominated twice for Best Supporting Actress on Television and earned 2 Teen Choice Awards for Best Sidekick.
Right here beside, second year in a row, TCA winner, Choice Sidekick, Allison Mack.
All the fans that voted for me for the Teen Choice, thank you so much. It is so lovely. We are all the way up here in Vancouver and stuck in a soundstage the majority of the year, so the fact that we get to hear the applause through the award shows is so cool and feels so good. So I don't know, all actors want to be loved, and this is just such a lovely way of feeling that kind of praise from your fans. So I really appreciate it.
Allison allegedly amassed a net worth of $7 million.
God damn, she rich. She was hot too. I always thought I might marry this girl one day. I was like, what the fuck? Then she turned out to be a weirdo.
Little did she know that one day she would
Let the
become the
fame
sidekick
get to
to
her.
one of the most nefarious cult leaders in U.S. history.
Oh no.
A man named Keith Raniere.
Oh no.
While Allison starred
What's up,
in
number
Smallville,
two?
her personal life was heating up as well. In the early 2000s, she had a long relationship with the actor Chad Krawchuk, but by this point, Allison had already been
I don't understand
involved
what they
with
want me to
self-help
do here,
group called
but
NXIVM for 8 years. Allison was
Oh.
introduced to NXIVM in 2006 by her Smallville co-star Kristen Crook. Smallville was filmed in Vancouver, Canada, and Vancouver was also home to one of NXIVM's headquarters. Keith Raniere learned through the grapevine that Allison would be attending a NXIVM workshop that would last an entire weekend. Knowing who she was, Keith put out orders to have his most successful, wealthiest, and highest-ranking members fly their private plane to this intensive and never leave Allison's side. Their goal? To charm Allison Mack and make her first intensive special. Cult experts would later call this love bombing. Love bombing is when someone overwhelms you with loving words, actions, and behavior. But unlike real love that comes with no strings attached, love bombing is a manipulation technique used to win over your trust and affection in order to get
Yep.
you to do something. For reasons
No
unknown,
thanks.
Allison wasn't happy with her TV
I'm
acting
very
career,
aware.
and according to NXIVM insiders, she asked Keith to make her a great actress again. Allison had no idea that at only 23 years old, the darkest chapter of her life was about to begin. NXIVM touted itself as a non-traditional company that taught ethics, human potential, and professional development. NXIVM offered courses that told members it could give them the keys to higher consciousness. NXIVM claimed that celebrities like Rosario Dawson, Jennifer Aniston, and Gerard Butler took their courses, and even the son of a former Mexican president was a well-known member. NXIVM was founded by a man named Keith Raniere, a man who described himself as a genius and former child prodigy. His followers believed he would change the world, and that through his teachings he could cure all of society's problems. Keith claimed he was so intelligent the government considered him a threat, and some of his followers believed he could even cure scoliosis, diabetes, and Tourette's. Some believed his energy was so powerful he could impact the weather. Keith Raniere claimed to have begun speaking in full sentences at the age of 1, reading at the age of 2, and honed the skills of a concert pianist by age 12. Keith bragged that he had an IQ of 240 and was in the Guinness Book of World Records for being the smartest man alive. He asked his NXIVM followers to call him Vanguard, a name he picked up from one of his favorite arcade games.
Oh my
in
god.
Which the character of the Vanguard increased in power at the destruction of his enemies.
Good game, yeah.
Keith told everyone he was a scientist and philosopher and said he had 3 graduate degrees. Keith also claimed NXIVM's courses were
Sure,
better than
3,
getting
huh?
an MBA, something he didn't have.
Pretty
The truth
greedy
is,
with your lies
Keith
there.
did play piano, and he played piano well, but he
Oh,
was
yeah.
only in the 1989 Australian edition of the Guinness Book of World Records. And it's reported the IQ test he took was non-standard, unmonitored, and taken at home. Keith also tied for that title with other individuals. His college transcripts that were later revealed showed Keith was on academic probation and his grade point average was a low 2.2. To draw people into NXIVM, Keith told people, quote, "There's no problem with the planet, it's the stuff we do. You will become that which you want to see in the world," unquote.
I thought I was
Keith made people think they
logging
were
is
in
going
full
on.
control of their lives, and that
Yeah, that's why I've
anyone
been
who
chopping
wanted to
trees,
complain
yeah.
about problems in their life was what he called being at cause. Being at cause was something Keith taught, claiming that people are responsible for everything in their lives, all successes
Oh, come
and
on.
failures,
Bullshit.
all feelings and reactions.
Yeah, no.
Keith taught that
Sometimes you're walking along with your iPhone and a jet falls out of the sky and slams into you like Donnie Darko. I've seen it before. One time when I was a kid, I still think about this all the time for some reason. I'll never forget it for some reason. I had a good friend named Shim. The hardest I ever laughed when I was a kid, I had a friend named Shim. And around that age of like 10, you think everything is balls. Getting kicked in the balls is the most hilarious thing in the fucking world. And fart jokes are really funny. And, you know, they're just, you know, you like young man jokes, you know, fart jokes and balls jokes. Getting kicked in the balls is the worst thing that can happen to you when you're 10. And you know, it's like watching that happen to somebody is like the funniest thing. You'll be rolling on the fucking ground, you know what I'm saying, right? So I'm out on the blacktop in like the blacktop playground in Long Beach, California. And I forget the name of the school, but yeah. And we're out there, and that school sucked. They literally they taught ebonics in the school. There was like 6 hours of recess every day and 2 hours of actual education. And it just sucked. And like, so while we're out on the like the endless recess, it was like 6 hours of recess every day. They'd rather let us out on the blacktop and just let us entertain ourselves than force, you know, teachers to go out in front of us, kind of thing. And so we get out there, and I'll never forget my friend Shim, who was a very tall Cambodian boy, was standing on the blacktop minding his fucking business over in like the way out in the corner. Crest of Fortitude. Ooh, what's a Crest of Fortitude? What's that? Crest of Fortitude. Nice. That might be worth something real good. Let's see something real good. Might be real good. Let's see. So they're waiting for something here, I guess, which is collect fatty glands from the hollow rats. Yeah. And they all do this.
Blame anyone or anything for their suffering, and that there are no victims, only people who have attached negative meaning to an event, person, or thing. Basically, it's a fancy way to victim blame, stating that a victim is partially or fully responsible for the actions of offenders. Keith told those who took his courses that Nexium could save the world by training people to become ethical leaders, and that he could enlighten people to have more control and understanding about who they really were, thus creating a better world. Keith claimed he was celibate, like a monk, but this would turn out to be anything but true. At best, Keith was a life coach with wild marketing claims. At worst, he was a con man and a sadist, designing a cult and psychologically breaking down his followers while indoctrinating them through his programs.
Say, these food bars are really tasty. I didn't know Amway makes food products.
Amway offers over 350 different nutrition, personal care, home care, and houseware products. They're more than just a soap company.
Well, how come you know so much about Amway?
I have my own Amway business.
You mean you're leaving?
No, my husband and I are building financial independence as part-time Amway distributors.
5 minutes, Mr. Hope. Is that opportunity knocking?
Discover today's Amway.
After college, a young Keith Raniere joined the multi-level marketing company Amway. Keith later put his Amway knowledge to use by creating his own MLM company called Consumers Byline, which sold discounted groceries and supplements. Consumers Byline generated revenue up to $33 million a year before being shut down in 1997 for operating as a pyramid scheme. Keith and his then-girlfriend Tony had a vitamin shop, and it was Tony who first met Nancy Salzman. Nancy said she was a hypnosis expert and could help Tony with her life. But Tony asked Nancy for help with her boyfriend Keith, stating he had grandiose ideas and his hours were becoming erratic again. Nancy listened and said, quote, "Oh, that's easy, I can help you. He's a sociopath."
I don't know what this quest is, but I don't want it.
Keith and Nancy met, and 4 days later, Nancy, with glazed over eyes, told Tony, quote, "You don't know who he is," unquote. Only 1 year later, Keith and Nancy launched Nexium. In a court deposition from November of 2000, Nancy Salzman claimed to not only teach hypnosis, but NLP. NLP stands for Neuro-Linguistic Programming, and it's meant to influence human behavior through touch, tone, and hand movements. NLP is what Tony Robbins claims to use, as many other self-help gurus do too. You may have heard about NLP online, as it's used by many in the life coaching community, and in the past, NLP has been used by pickup artists and con men. That does not mean everyone who uses NLP.
It's just manipulation. So MLP is a pseudonym for manipulation. How to manipulate people. Sometimes they'll outright say it.
Under a man named John
Manipulates NLPs. Even if it sounds like manipulates, it's NLP. Manipulate, neurolinguistically paid them. It's manipulation. Neurolinguistics, NLP, is manipulation. They're almost the same word, even. There's no difference. Sometimes when they write books, they'll say the art of manipulating people, and it's really sickening. It's manipulation. Let's just be honest. It's manipulating girls into sleeping with you and shit like this. It's like really disgusting. They're like, oh, well, I can't pay the rent because he caused me to lose my job, but he's my landlord. So now he wants me to sleep with him while I get back on my feet. And that's what they call NLP, and they'll be like, "Here's your language for helping everyone else understand that they're worse than you, and they're not on the same totem pole as you, and you have to remind the power that you have, and you know, like it's like double speak, and if something's bad, it's just, you know, a problem that hasn't been solved yet, and all this other stuff, and it's like all it really is manipulation. It's manipulation. It's freely manipulation."
The founder of neurolinguistic programming. It's John Grinder's
So
teachings
what was this?
that
I went
Nancy
all the way
Salzman
down there. I
claimed
didn't get
to
the
court
fucking
deposition
thing,
to
I
have used
guess.
on everyone she claimed
Oh,
to help.
damn it.
When Nancy was asked in her deposition
Am I not
how
in
she
the town,
performs
or-
NLP techniques, she said, quote, "By talking to the person. It's a talking type of therapy that acts as a conscious and unconscious process. It's a model for human behavior change," unquote. In this deposition, Nancy admitted to only having worked for 1 year as a registered nurse as she was studying and teaching hypnosis and neurolinguistic programming full-time. The father of NLP, John Grinder, wrote in his 1979 book that NLP will, quote, "get you almost everything," unquote. But many licensed counselors and psychologists consider NLP to be nothing more than pseudoscience and a tool used for manipulation. Together, Keith and Nancy designed all of Nexium's courses known as ESP, which stood for Executive Success Programs. One 5-day ESP intensive could cost new students $10,000, and it wasn't abnormal for each daily session to last 13 hours. From the very first ESP class, new recruits were
So
told
it's been, you know, half an hour. Let's just see if this sound's still going. I bet it is, but you know, you just never know. Oh yeah.
to get uncomfortable and that they needed to get out of their comfort zones.
The longer the day goes, the worse the queue is gonna be. I should relog now, but I mean,
how to shake hands.
the sound will just come back.
Nancy Salzman would come on video in these introductory classes and talk about limiting beliefs, and she would tell new recruits that there will be a part of their brain that will try and reject what they're learning and feeling. But Nancy assured them that was normal. She basically said, just go with it. After Nancy was done speaking on video to these new recruits, the Nexium coaches facilitating the ESP would ask students to write down what they called a personal emotions inventory, where they attempted to open students up to suggestibility by giving them a worksheet with intrusive questions. Questions such as, what's the thing you most regret in life? What was the most positive relationship in your life? And their questions went on. What was the most negative relationship in your life? Describe the situation. And even, what do you most regret in your life? And who do you love most? This was an attempt to get new students to be vulnerable and share deep things that they might normally reserve and keep to themselves with the Nexium teachers. It was on this fateful night in 2006 in a Vancouver hotel while taking her first ESP that Keith's inner circle honed in on Allison Mack during her first meeting, like prey.
Oh my
Nancy
God.
offered to fly Allison on their private plane to New York to meet the Vanguard, something that wasn't done regularly, as new members didn't get to meet Keith until completing at least one.
No, unless you're a
16-day
celebrity,
intensive
big
at a cost of
shit person, then they
$7,500.
manipulate you. Manipulation's what
But if
their
there's
whole
one
entire
thing
goal
Cultures
is.
love, it's a
Manipulation.
high-ranking member with celebrity
Yeah,
status
manipulation of a,
and 20
you know.
And this is how Allison became Keith's prized recruit.
Hi, welcome to my blog. Ready? And begin. The very thought of you, and I forget to do the little ordinary things that everyone ought to do. I'm living in a kind of daydream. I'm happy as a king, and foolish though it may seem to me.
Allison's first meeting with Keith was during one of his late-night volleyball games, which he played often with
Late-night
members
volleyball
several times a week,
games.
from midnight to 7 a.m.
Midnight to 7
Keith was
a.m.
also known
What?
to wake members up in the middle of the night to take long
Why?
walks with him.
Volleyball time, guys! Volleyball!
These late-night walks and games
What?
were done in an effort to sleep-deprive
Let's listen to this again. So the cult leader makes his fucking people play volleyball from midnight till 7 in the fucking morning. Like, she doesn't, like, it's weird how deadpan she is when she says this crazy, crazy thing. This cult makes you play volleyball from midnight till 7 in the morning. I want to tell them this, but it's stupid. I'm not going to. Like, man.
And lessen their critical thinking abilities. And it was easy to do, often, because Keith and a large group of NXIVM members lived in a suburb in upstate New York called Clifton Park, and many of them even lived together. Getting to go on a midnight walk with Keith was considered an honor. NXIVM members were amazed.
Oh man, if you suck his dick, it'll be such an honor. You should suck his dick.
Had to do with his high intelligence. But unbeknownst to most of them, this was a lie, as Keith was well taken care of during the day by hordes of women in his inner circle who did his errands, laundry, and cooked his food so he could rest.
And sucked his
while he
dick.
made them adhere to a strict 500-calorie-a-day diet.
And, you know, marriage of 5 women at once. Yeah, or whatever
Allison
it is.
decided
It'd
to
be a
work with
harem.
Keith because
you
she
know.
wanted to improve her acting. In many of her videos on
What?
YouTube, Allison tells her audience how art is her sole passion.
Oh my
in
god, I
life.
have to go back in there.
And in their first meeting, shown here, Keith asked Allison why art is important to her. An exhausted Allison ponders his question and then tells Keith that so much of who she is wrapped up in
The
art,
fuck
and that
was
film and art
that?
brings her so
What
much
was
bliss and
that?
joy. Keith tells her, quote, "You know you can practice generating an extreme feeling of joy over anything," unquote. He goes on to tell her how NXIVM has courses that can help her generate that feeling anytime she wants. And for the first time, but certainly not the last,
Can I just
Keith
do this?
dismisses Allison's love of art and tells her, quote, "What if artistic endeavors were really bogus? What if art is just an excuse for those who couldn't do?" Unquote. Keith goes on to tell Allison that her
What?
most exciting feeling should be independent of art, and if she feels art is necessary to bring her joy, then that in itself is a self-condemnation. It's obvious Allison starts to get confused, and she nervously laughs and then begins to cry.
Oh.
Keith asks her why she's crying, and she responds, quote, "Because it's pointing at something I've never thought about, and a part of me is kind of freaked out about accepting this. I'm used to that self-condemnation. I'm comfortable with that. If I let go of that belief, then I have to trust that I will be capable of giving myself that feeling, and I don't necessarily trust that right now. And so that's scary because I want that feeling," unquote. And as they leave each other, Keith asks Allison, "Do you hug?" To which she replied, quote, "I hug and I kiss." Keith, the pretend celibate monk, was known for kissing all female NXIVM members on the lips with every hello and goodbye. But it was Allison who initiated this first kiss before she was even a member.
What?
When I first came to ESP, I had on the surface something that seemed to be like the perfect life for a pretty good life. Like superficially, materialistically, I was very successful. I had the job, I had the dog, I had the car, I had the boyfriend, I had the blah, 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 the clothes, everything that I thought I needed in order to be okay. And yet, I couldn't stand to be with my family for more than 2 hours at a time. And the idea of being honest with even my best friend was something that was so far outside the realm of possibility.
Yeah, I don't think I feel like the same way though. I feel like being honest about who I was as a video game addict to like my family, my friends, my girlfriends, everybody. So I would just pretend to be I still pretend to be normal with my 80-year-old mother all the time. And she's like, you don't observe birthdays or holidays or traditions. You have no friends, and you don't talk to anyone at all. And she's like, are you okay? And I'm like, yeah, I'm the happiest I've ever been. And she's like, really? And I'm like, yeah, I'm like the happiest I've ever been. I was never happy doing that stuff, I don't think. I mean, I was happy to be in a relationship. I like love, but all the rest of it, almost all the rest of it is like, yeah, I don't know what it is. Don't know what that is. It's just something crazy. It's not normal. But it's me. I mean, that's who I am. And I mean, that's, it's just odd. It's a very odd thing. Protect James Oxen, and then all these other ones up here. We could go up there, I guess, and do this. Ooh, look at all these herbs. Herbs, yeah. Nice herbs.
Ability that I just kind of thought you always lived your life inauthentically.
Yeah, I always thought, like, oh, because my job is technically illegal, which is like making money off of currency, because my life isn't valid in most of the society's eyes, because what I chose to do with it wasn't valid, really. The way I lived it, how I was gonzo, how I was all of these things that I've forsaken now, basically. Things that I have, I haven't forsaken the video games, but I've forsaken many of the things I was. Because I was like, yeah, I don't, I don't feel like, it doesn't feel authentic to me to be anything other than this, what I'm being right now. It's never been, I mean, I'm sorry, like, that's, like, when I wasn't doing this, I was scheming on ways to do this. Until I was, like, 33 years old. Being on some TV, playing some game, it was, like, the end-all, be-all for me. And if I was always on some way to reach that, no matter what it meant. Like, I remember going to work in Hawaii and filling my crappy, like, whatever it was, like, iPod toy thing, with, like, half of it was like an iPod. I would fill half of it with Simpsons episodes and half of it with like game walkthroughs way back in, like, I don't know, 2012, I think it was. And so half the, like, all day, and I would go to work as a housekeeper in a hotel, and I would turn over, like, 3 to 5 to 7 rooms, depending on how big they were and what the day was and what they needed me to do and all this. And I wouldn't see anybody for the whole 8 hours except for lunch. And, like, when they would spell you, and they would check you in when you went into the room, but I mean, you wouldn't really see anybody beyond that when you were working. So you would just work, all day, kind of solitarily. You're in this room alone, all by yourself, most of the day. And I could see how housekeepers get very, very lonely. And I could see why. It was a very lonely job to me. I couldn't actually very, very much handle it, because it's like you're there all day long in a room, in several rooms by yourself. You might see people in between into lunch, and it's good, but it's kind of a lonely job. You're in, like, these lonely rooms, totally empty except for you. And, and you're just working really hard, and it can be a very solitary job. And so I would plug in, and I would listen to, like, an episode of The Simpsons at the beginning of the shift. And then after that, I would listen to, like, a walkthrough for, like, Skyrim for, like, 3 hours or something. And, and then I would go listen to another Simpsons or, I don't know, Futurama episode or something. And then at the end of it, I would listen to, like, music, and I would, like, blast the radio in the room, because you could do that. It was a hotel, and they wouldn't bother anybody. The rooms were well, insulated. In 5-star hotels, you can't bother anybody in there. So I'd, like, turn on the radio, and I would blast, like, one of my favorite songs at the time was Silverchair Walk the Straight Lines by Silverchair. And it was coming on, like, every day, and I loved that song. And I remember working in the hotel and singing the Straight Lines while I was, like working. It was a good time in my life, but the reason I bring it up is it's like, I don't know, like so, like, even when I was at work, I was still thinking about video games and what I was going to do when I got home. And I planned my entire life around video games, and I would say it basically invalidated me as a human being, as like a human being. And it like killed my traditions and my birthdays and my holidays, and it withdrew the value of most of the things in my life. And it would sound like a negative thing, but the focus is something that I absolutely love. I love it the way that, like, you know, I think ballet dancers love ballet, you know, and I'm not particularly good at it. I don't think if I were to do ballet, I would be bad at it. I would tell you that. I'm not particularly coordinated or particularly gifted at this. I don't think. I think it's more about like it just fits my flow state very, very well. So I just, you know, I don't need sound. I don't need anything at all. I'll just roll. I don't fucking, you know, oftentimes for a long time, I was in situations where I would live in how I had girlfriends for a long time is I just I would hit the mute button on the television, and there I'd be quietly sitting in some corner in a small chair with like a small TV in front of me, and I wouldn't even have headphones in half the time unless they were sleeping. And I would turn the volume completely off, and they'd be like, there's Skycat. He's sitting in the corner, just off in his own little world. He doesn't bother me. He doesn't ask me to cook him anything. He doesn't ask me to do anything. He hits on me when he's done with the video games, but during that he doesn't, like, he's not hostile, but he's just not very receptive. And, you know, and all this, and they got used to it, and I got used to it, but then they get bored and I get bored, because I'm like, I'm sorry, but like, you know, unless you're in the video game with me, you're not a very good prospect for me. And then on top of it, like, you know, and so then they resent that because most of the good women that I've met don't play video games. I'll tell you that. So, you know, I don't know. It's weird. It's I mean, they do. One of them did. But, I mean, most of them don't. Most of the women I dated did not play video games at all. They hated it. And they were really good women, too. Like, I just, you know, so she's speaking about this thing where, like, being an actress and famous, she was super shit famous. She was the big Nickelodeon girl that we all wanted to fuck. There was, like, two girls that came up, right? There was Allison Mack, and she not only were all the Nickelodeon girls jealous of her because she was like, she had like Clarissa, I forget who did Clarissa Explains It All, but it wasn't Allison Mack, but that girl was super famous too. Clarissa, I think Clarissa is her name. Is Clarissa somebody or another? I forget her name, but Clarissa Explains It All and Allison Mack, that was the name of the show. It was The Secret World of Allison Mack, were like these Nickelodeon girls that all the boys wanted to fuck when they were of age, and all the girls wanted to be. It was disgusting. I knew many boys my age who absolutely lusted after Allison Mack when we were like 14. Because she was just like our age. She was like 14. She was, you know, there was another girl like this too, who was our age. My So-Called Life girl, Claire Danes, went on to be a really famous, like, how, you know, but Allison Mack didn't go on to be that famous, but fucking Claire Danes did. The one we really believed in went up opposite Leo DiCaprio in Romeo and Juliet, and we really believed in her. She got Terminator 3. I mean, I didn't like Terminator 3 that much, but that was a really good movie though still. And I think, you know, not a really good movie, just like a good car chase cop movie, you know, like good action movie. And like Clarissa Explained It All, and Allison Mack were like these girls who we all like, oh, when we grow up, these are the type of girls that we want to date. And all the girls that I did date were kind of like those girls. They were sort of like that. And so, you know, kind of, I would say it's like the stereotypical indigo girl, right? And so you got to understand what kind of power that is to somebody like Allison Mack, but it also completely de-authenticates her because her life isn't real. She doesn't really go to real school. She doesn't really have real dates. She doesn't really have real money. She doesn't really have real friends. She doesn't really like her family. She doesn't really have real family. Her friends and her ex don't really like the way that she is. I relate to it too. I had all the same issues. They don't really like how she is because she's always off trying to make another $1 million or whatever, and she's totally career focused, and she's also like kind of a funky, cute personality who really just lives for that shit anyways. Kind of like another really famous personality like this that was universally loved. Basically, it was the other girl that was like younger for too young for my generation, but she ended up being lesbian, as I remember, and she's now a big YouTube personality, and I can't think of her fucking name. My ex would kill me because I can't remember her fucking name, but she's not my generation, you know. Can't think of her fucking name. Yeah, I'll think of it, but she's a streamer now, and she's very famous, and she had like buku money. And so with all of these personalities, it gives you this power where all the boys want to fuck you by the age of like 14. It's really gross. All the boys my age at the age of 14 wanted to fuck Allison Mack. I didn't know one boy who didn't. I'm dead serious about this. I knew every boy that I knew. There was 2 girls on television that every boy that I knew wanted to fuck. There was Christina Applegate, and there was like Allison Mack, and there was a few others you would see. There was like Nicole Portman. Is that her name? Yeah, Nicole Portman. Natalie Portman from Star Wars. She was young. We were all 14, wanted to fuck her too. And it was disgusting, but I mean, we were 14. It didn't feel that disgusting to want to fuck Claire Danes in my so-called life, because we were 14, she was 14. It was never creepy for us, because it was like, by the time we were 18, these girls were all 18 too. They were all 18. They were all the girls my age that were like super fucking hot. We charted them. We watched what they did. It was Tiger Go-Go, Tiger Beat, fucking 80s shit, but done 20 years later, We tracked all the Allison Macks of the world and all this and made them famous. There was a couple other girls that stood out, like Amanda Seyfried and oh god, I can't think of the other girl. We really loved opposite Spider-Man girl, Mary Jane. I can't think of her fucking name. There was there was a few girls that kind of came up that were my age that really wrecked the whole Hollywood scene, totally killed it. They would slay it, and they were just like queens of it, they slay a queen, all those girls, right? But that kind of societal power turns your life into this fake fucking thing that I never thought they wanted. I don't want it, and this is one of the reasons why I intentionally tank my stream all the fucking time. Like, I don't intentionally tank it like it crashes or whatever, because it's my fault. I'm saying that, like, I don't care about fame, and I don't want to pander to them, and I don't think I'm a good role model. Anytime I open my mouth, I'll talk about my methamphetamine and heroin use, in the hopes that it does destroy my chances of fame, because I watched what it did to poor girls like Allison Mack. Now we're learning what they did to Allison Mack, which is like she was abducted by a cult that forced her to play fucking volleyball between midnight and 7 a.m. And you wonder why I might fear fame and why I might tank my own stream a lot and kick people out, put weak bans on chatting and stuff on new members and stuff like this. And people are like, oh, I can tell you how to run your stream so much better. No, you can't, motherfucker. You don't know what my fears are. You don't know what my desires are. You don't know what I want out of this. I mean, you do, but you don't. Not really. Like, you know what I tell you. All you know is what to quote the great band Tool, all you know about me is what I've sold you. You know what I'm saying? And so it's like kind of weird. It's like this weird thing where you're like, I don't want to be Allison Mack. And with that, we're going to go back to the rise and fall of Allison Mack. Because it's like, I don't want to be Allison Mack. Even now at the age of 40, I feel like I'm too young and innocent to be Billie Eilish. I'm still too young and innocent to handle it. And they warn you, if you want to be a streamer, you got to have that thick skin. If you can't handle these people, you can't do anything at all. And I've learned that I can handle them, but it's still it's still something that, like, do I aspire to Allison Mack level of just, what is that? It's like Allison Mack level of just like prestige, where you're basically Oprah and the world worships the word, like the ground that you walk on. So nobody in the world will give you a legitimate fucking response when you ask a question. Nobody in the world, like Marshall Mathers used to make fun of him. I'm really grateful for every fan that I get, but I can't take a shit in the bathroom without someone standing by it. And no, I don't want to give you an autograph and all this stuff. And we thought he was just attacking the fans, which was a really rare thing. But no, it was more that, like, he literally couldn't take a shit in the bathroom without people in the fucking restaurant gathering around to accost him when he was leaving, because they want to know if he wants to, if they'll sign him on his rap label, or or whatever, or it's some girl that wants to fuck him, or it's just weird. And so, say what you want about fame, the clout and the money are nice. But, like, I don't know, man. I'll take it if that's what the job is. But, like, I didn't get into this for that. I did this for a personal history. It's like, now I'm like, how can I not be Allison Mack? I really don't want to be Allison Mack. I don't, like, Allison Mack was a young star. It doesn't really play, But, like, I still don't really want to be Allison Mack. I look at that what fame did to, what's her name? Oh, God, she's like the most famous girl on YouTube, but I can't think of her fucking name. Whatever, I'll think of it.
And when I came to ESP...
She was like the younger generation's version of Allison Mack. And I would say, and all the streamers and, like, used to hang out with her, like Jeffrey and fucking, from the younger generation, like all them used to hang out with her. And I can't think of her fucking name. It's not Toddy. It's like the younger blonde girl. I can't think of her fucking name. Everybody would kill me for not knowing it. But, like, honestly, I didn't live on the internet for like 15 years. I mean, I lived online on an MMO, but I didn't go to Reddit or whatever. I didn't go to YouTube most of that time. It was very culturally, I'm a culturally head in the sand type person. I'll be the first one to say it. So, here we go. Allison Mack.
Do the work in the Coles Lab, do the work in the classes. I started to transform in a way that I never expected. Like, I literally didn't know that you could spend time with someone and not be nervous. I literally didn't know that it was possible to have a week with your family where you didn't feel like leaving. I just thought that wasn't really possible. I thought it happened in the movies. And now that's my life, that's my reality. I have an experience of my family that is nothing but joy. And it's astounding.
To say Allison dived headfirst into NXIVM would be an understatement. Allison took as many courses as she could and began moving up the ranks. Just how it's difficult to move up in rank in a multi-level marketing company, aka a pyramid scheme, it was difficult to rank up in NXIVM. That's because NXIVM was a multi-level marketing company, with Keith as its CEO. NXIVM's ranking system was called the Stripe Path, and to move up the Stripe Path, you had to do 3 things. Continue shelling out thousands of dollars to study NXIVM's curriculum, recruit others, and get rid of your disintegrations. The rank of Proctor was the first paid rank in NXIVM. This rank, along with the rank of Senior Proctor, was where higher-ranking members would earn commissions on whoever as well as whoever recruited.
This guy had ranks in his depraved cult. It makes you play volleyball from midnight till 7 and midnight from 7 until in the morning. There it is. Yes. Wait, is that it? I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I don't know, man. Was that it? I don't know. What is it now? Escape the house. So escape the house. That's it? Okay. It says escape the house. Okay, I escaped the house. I escaped the house. Yeah, escape the house. I did escape the house. I escaped the house. What? Okay. This quest seems... Oh, no, that was it. That was it. Carry out the survivalist plan. There we go. Yes! Ooh, look what I got. C-Shot Blaster. Oh, it was a quest reward. Okay, why do they keep giving me guns and stuff? I hope they give me other good weapons. So cool. Everything here is done except for the west side one. We'll go try to do that one. Get it out of the way. Am I full? No, I am 379 out of 873. Sorry, I'll play the documentary
and
now.
so on down the pyramid. But a Nexium member couldn't become a senior
Like that
proctor
fame,
without first
it's
spending
cool.
around
It opens
20 million.
doors, but it also makes almost the entirety of most of your transactions inauthentic. And that is something that I don't know if I could handle as a human being. So I'm okay with trundling along with, 2, 5, 10, 20 people, maybe more. I'm okay with like that. I'm okay with it. And I'm okay with standing on a busy corner for about 20 people a day. I think that'd be okay. A lot better than something like their lives where they're entirely forced to do the things that made them famous. I don't wish to make a commitment beyond what I'm willing to do right here now today, So
$1 million on Nexium's teachings. Only
oh
one
my
rank
god.
past senior proctor was the rank of counselor.
So
But
give us all your
members
money
could
now
join
and
that
give us a
loose network
blowjob.
without
It's a cult.
first
Give us all your money and a
investing around
blowjob
$5
now.
million in
Ugh.
Nexium.
It's so
Before
disgusting
somebody
and
was-
base. Let's make a group of people based around giving us money and blowjobs. Why not? We'll call it Heaven's Gate. When you get into Heaven's Gate, you'll have given a lot of money and blowjobs. It's like, Jesus Christ, man. Fuck humans. Most of the time, fuck humans. Most of the time, I'd say. Yeah, I say it with love, but most of the time, fuck humans. Like, dude. So then you'll never believe this. It was such an amazing experience. He made me play volleyball from midnight until 7 in the morning, like on surprise. And he does this twice a week. Like twice a week, he shows up at my house with 20 crazy people, and he hoards me to the volleyball court, and he forces me to play volleyball for 7 hours from midnight until 7 in the morning. Maybe it's a Tuesday, maybe it's a Sunday, maybe it's a Friday. We don't know. 2 days a week, he shows up and he kidnaps us with his cult, and he takes us to the volleyball court, and he forces us to play volleyball for 7 hours 2 days a week. That's my idea of fucking hell. I'm serious. It's my idea of hell. Not playing the volleyball, but being told to be somewhere twice a week. That to me is like, essentially, you have lost power as a human being, and you're now a serf to something that's making you go somewhere twice a week, like church or something like that. Oh no, you've lost your personal power when you have to be somewhere. It better be a marriage or kids or something. You've lost your personal power when you have to be somewhere even 2 to 5 times a week, like a job, I would say. It sucks, but you've lost your personal power in a way. I spent my whole life just basically figuring out a way around not having a job if I didn't have a job at the time. Because it was, ooh, spore pods. Because, yeah, like, because like the minute that somebody's gonna fire you for sleeping in, are you really a human being anymore? Are you really a human being anymore? I really posited this question to you. Are you not essentially a slave the minute that you lose your job if you sleep in? Like, I'm sorry, I just would never take, like coming up, my best friend, he told me this when I was like 15 years old too. When I was like 15 too, he said something to me that was very sage for somebody his age. He said, never take a job. He told me, he was like, never ever take a job that would ever drug test you. Trust me, it's not because we like drugs or that we're gonzo. It's that you don't want people who really distrust you like that to be your employer. It's just not going to be a good relationship. They're not gonna help you when your wife's sick or something. They're not gonna be sympathetic when you sleep in. They're not your friends. They're not gonna take care of you if something's wrong. And he's like, don't ever take a job with somebody. He was like, short way to say this is don't ever take a job with somebody who's gonna drug test you, because they don't really care to have you there at that point. They're just there to use you to get your work and essentially fire you when they're done with you. And it's disgusting, and it's something that's really true about the human race. If you are doing what they want, you're in the wrong. But see, they're not thinking about you, are they? They're thinking about them. So you're always in the wrong with them, because it's just not what you aren't them. So if you aren't them, you're in the wrong for them. So if you're their employee, you're already in the wrong just because you're the employee and you're not them. They want you to be them, and it's disgusting. It's something really foul about current employment right now. I'm not saying don't get a job, do get a job, but I'm saying, like, you know, every job that I ever took, I knew right away they were gonna have to work with me being special. They were going to have to work with my schedule. They would have to work often with things like I was in a band, or I had recitals, or that kind of thing, or I would have like SAT practice or that shit. Like, there was always something in the side round where like, when I like every job that I took, I told them, I was like, all my life it was like this. I am a busy high school student with no time, and there's times when I'm going to be late, and there's times when I'm just not going to be here. And if you're going to fire me for being a busy high school student with a life and a girlfriend, I don't want to work here. And I told them, every time I ever took a job interview like this, they were like, well, that's a terrible attitude to have, about half of them, but the other ones respected. They're like, really? And like, yeah, man, I'm a lead singer in a fucking band. I'm advanced for my age. I've got a girlfriend. I've got a life. I don't live at home anymore. I'm 16 and I don't live at home anymore. I literally would say this to them in the interviews. I'd be like, yeah, like, I'm not gonna be late for work because I don't fuck around. I don't live at home anymore. I'm not legally emancipated, but I'm living down the street from my mother in a different house, in a house full of kids my age who are like legally emancipated. And like, yeah, I go back to my mother's house every day, but like, I don't live in my mother's house. You know what I'm saying? That's how independent I am. Like, yes, I can handle the job, but you need to understand, like, I have a life, and that sometimes I can't predict what happens. And so, yeah, I might have to fuck my girlfriend in the morning rather than go to work if I want to keep that relationship. And I learned over time that I had to specify this stuff going in, or you just lose the job. It was disgusting. One time I lost a job because it was like, everybody on the staff was horribly sick with the fall down sick, go to the hospital flu, including me, and we all got hospital notes, but it was my shift, so guess who got fucking fired when I went to the hospital instead of my work? It was a gas station. It was my shift, and I called everybody on the roster. I called the general manager back, and I was like, yeah, I'm in the fucking hospital, and she fucking fired me over that. I was like, I'm in the hospital. I'm sick with the flu. I really am very sick. And she was like, I know. Everybody here is sick, including me, but you need to go to work. Everybody has to go to, like, and I'm like, no, I don't. I'm in the hospital. I'm coming with a doctor's note tomorrow. And she was like, you're not coming tomorrow. No, you're fired. And I was like, come on, motherfucker. Like, she was like, I cannot close a gas station for 8 hours because you're sick. We will lose like $30,000. And I'm like, I'm sorry, I cannot work. I'm so sick. I'm puking like every 40 minutes. I'm puking on the phone call. She fired me over that, and that pissed me off so bad. That was the last time, I think. Let me know. I worked a bunch of jobs past that where I compromised my values. But going in, I made them physically fucking agree with me not to fire me for having a real life. I was like, look, you're useless to me. If you're gonna fire me, I'll tell them like trust me. You'll know after a couple of weeks I'm a good worker. I'm not often late. I'm not late often. I don't fuck around. When I'm here, I really give it my 110, but there's going to be these times every few weeks or so where I just can't go to work, or I got school or something, or I'm going to have to go to SAT prep or a girlfriend thing or something like that. My girlfriend has a life. I got to be in her life and all this other stuff. And when they see that you're serious, they don't fire you when you call in. You're like, yeah, look, this is one of those times when I warned you that I have a life and it's going to pop up when I can't predict it. And you can't fire me for not being here. And then I give them my excuse. Right? And I started doing that when I was like 16. You want to talk about NLP and manipulation? It's manipulation when you tell them what you need up front and you make the demand. It's an ultimatum. You're like, motherfucker, if I'm going to work here, like, you have to be amenable to me having a real life. I'm not your serf. I'm not your slave. If I fart and cough and I'm 15 minutes late, are you going to fire me? Because I have a real life. Like, trust me, if I'm late, it's because I was up 2:45 in the morning the night before doing, like, SAT prep with my girlfriend, or, like, going to band practice or something, or I was driving from Utah, or I was driving from Wyoming or something, or I was up in the mountains, or I was on a video game on a raid, or something, you know. I don't tell him when it's the raid, but oftentimes it's the raid. Like I lied to him about video game releases all my life. I'd be like, yeah, I got to take a week off of work. You know, my uncle wants me to go on a fishing boat. I used to lie about it when like stuff like World of Warcraft would pop. I'd be like, yeah, my uncle wants me to go on a fishing boat for a week, and I would blatantly fucking lie to these friends, you know, faces, not because I wanted to pull one over on them, but because I knew that they were gonna fucking fire me when I would disappear for 15 fucking days on an expansion launch. And so I went into it warning them. You know, every job I was ever at, I warned them going in. I was like, I have a very volatile, crazy life where you need to not fire me when I don't show, because you're gonna understand I give 110 when I'm here all the time. I'll pass all your tests, I'll be your beloved employee and all this stuff. And I did. Every job I ever held, I was like that. I only got fired twice, and they were for bad reasons. Like, you know, and out of the 67 jobs or whatever it is I have on my resume or whatever, I only ever got fired twice. Everybody would always give me a glowing, you know, I have a good resume, like a glowing resume. And, you know, and this was because, like, I just didn't play about being a real person my entire fucking life. I tell to my mother, you cannot fucking interrupt me. You must give me a day's notice if you need me. You must do it. And they're like, really? What are you, a fucking rock star? And I'm like, no, motherfucker, but I'm living like one. And I'll answer it like that too. I won't say it like that in those words, but I'll be like, yeah, but I'm living like one. Today I slept in today I got up at 9 in the morning for my job, which like I generally do most days, like not every day, it depends on the day. But like most days I'm getting up between 6 a.m. and, you know, 6 p.m. Thank you, number 2, I love you. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, and I never played with these people. Allison Mack's problem with, you know, the focus was Allison Mack. Allison Mack can't have that. Allison Mack's entire life is special demands because they're special. So when they need a real, like, authentic thing taken care of, okay, can't move. Why? Okay. I didn't touch anything. Okay. Well, anyways, sorry. And so yeah, I'm just trying to provide content. So yeah, you know. So and I look at that. That's my worst nightmare. Being Taylor Swift is my worst fucking nightmare. So I got into this knowing that fame wasn't something that, like, when people came to me, like, you know, I would have an I don't care, said Pierre fucking response to it. Where like, if they were like, man, like, these people love you or whatever, you know. I've had people come into my channel before. When I had 300 people, last time I had 300 people in my channel was during an Eve corp off. And I had like 300 fucking people in my channel, and they were like, you are popular, people like you, you know, people were surprised by this. They're like, we've never heard of you, people like you and stuff. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, you know, I never had a problem with that in my life. That was never, I mean, I never had a problem with that. Like, I never had stage fright or any of that either. I get nervous because it's, you know, suddenly you're on stage with 300 people that you weren't planning, you know, you weren't planning to, so you get nervous, but you don't get afraid. I don't ever get afraid. And they were like, you don't get afraid at all, do you? And I was like, no. They're like, you're a good streamer. I had those people tell me, they're like, you're a good streamer, man. You don't have the fear like a lot of people do. And I'm like, nah, I mean, I dealt with people all my life in a large capacity. I used to be a cashier, deal with like 200 people an hour on some busy Colfax fucking 7-Eleven shit. Like, I don't know, you know, I was always a really social person. So now, like, you know, I look at, ooh, I dinged just for exploration. That's a good ding. Hells yeah. So what did we get? We got strength, I think. Yeah, it seems to be lowering stats as the gear goes up and down, which is sort of annoying to me. The intelligence is just bad, but I can't do anything about it. So we're going to bump dex first and make sure that we get to a little bit of a better level of dex, and we're going to split more here. It's dumb to split like this, but I'm still going to do it. Oh, no, I do have to do some focus for the flail. Just enough like that. The rest goes into, as far as I can buy into the strength chart. Look at this. It doesn't really nerf your damage that bad, and it's not really the most ideal thing. But it is like what I consider to be my version of the meta spec. I'm sure it's not perfect, but it's closer, I think, to perfect than most people's, I would imagine. I don't know why they do this. Why do they do that? Or whatever. So yeah, so being Allison Mack has its like perks. You have bodyguards, so you can like get in physical confrontations with people who piss you off. You have lawyers, so you can get in fucking law confrontations with people who piss you off. You have, oh no, did you do this to me? Did you really do this to me? Come on, man. What about that? Will that get me out of it? What about like, oh no, stand up. Nope, 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 nope. Okay, well, let's break the camp. Oh, good. Okay, good. Get up. Yeah, make it over there. Yeah, and stand up. There you go. So, you know, that power, that clout, that money, they keep talking about being poor and money and all this stuff about the billionaire software despots and all this. But I mean, like, really, it's a plague to be living a life like that. It actually is. It's like a plague to live that much responsibility. I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. I don't know why they aspire to it. It's this weird AAA, like, why can I can put the whole entire world's weight on my shoulders and nuke my marriage and nuke my job and my life and just like and nuke my body and all this because I'm a driven motherfucker and all this. And I don't know, man. Like, I don't, like, that's cool. That AAA stuff is cool, but I don't know. Like, I don't know how it serves you though. I don't really know how that really benefits you as a person. Not really. I like. Oh, he's going to smack me. Yeah, don't smack me. I'm going to flail you so much. I'm going to flail you forever. Yep. Flail forever. And then I'm going to block your nasty attacks. Yep. Flail forever. And then I'm going to dodge. Oh, that was kind of bad. He's a little bad. But that's all right. Yep. Oh, that one really hurt. But we're going to continue to flail. We're going to continue to dodge. Continue to run. Run! Oh... I pressed the button too soon. It's okay. Very fun. So anyways, I'm 5 feet away, which is good. And yeah, so I don't know what I'm supposed to do here, but yeah, is it like, what is it? Is it to kill this thing or something? Let's see. Follow Artificer's Kim's trail south, which is that direction. Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. Let's listen if that sound effect is still running an hour later. I'm guarantee you it is, but let's go see. Oh yeah, listen to it. Oh yeah, that's normal, isn't it? That's so normal. Oh yeah, that's so lovely. Such a great sound. Oh man. Anyways.
Was able to reach the first paid rank of Proctor, where they got to be taught by Keith directly. Members were made to watch many movies about people who were proud to die for their beliefs.
Oh, come on. Glories and stuff? Yeah, no, or Rudy's or whatever, yeah. No. Do not glorify throwing yourself away for a cause, please. It's goddamn stupid. It's the purview of low IQ people. Only idiots, like, okay. Remember that old adage, live to fight another day? Don't you think that sounds wiser than, oh, just it's better to burn out than fade away? Live to fight another day. It doesn't it just have a better ring to it? Sounds like you're alive at the end of it. But there's these people who really want to venerate like a martyr fucking, like, you know, die for your cause thing. And I'm just like, I don't know. Doesn't that sound really stupid to you? It sounds really stupid to me. Just saying.
In 2010, Allison Mack made the public announcement she was leaving Smallville as a series regular. But out of respect to her loyal fans, Allison stated she would come back for several episodes in the final season.
It's okay, guys. You'll have to deal with 2 seasons of Doggett, but Mulder will return at the end of season 7 for like 2 episodes, and he'll just phone in the acting, and it's okay, guys. Mulder will be there at the end of season 8 or whatever, but you'll have to deal with Agent Doggett for 2 seasons, who, by the way, is a great actor. But I'm just saying, you know, Doggett was not Mulder.
To tie up her character's legacy properly.
We've seen this before. It's so.
Smallville? But
Yeah.
in 2012, she auditioned for a show called Wilfred, starring Elijah Wood.
Oh yeah, Wilfred was really fucking good. I liked Wilfred. He really worked on that really fucking hard. You could tell. And so did the comedian. It was an Australian comedian in a dog suit who was a fucking shithead who lived next door and shat on the floor in the basement of the neighbor's house. And the whole thing was an allegory about child rape and like how the basement of your neighbor's house could be really nasty, but there's a dog there and the dog might be your best friend, and out of the crazy dark of the basement next door where you get raped as a child might also be the dog that ends up spending 20 years with you and is your best friend. And the best friend was this Australian. This is literally what the show was, Wilfred. I fucking loved it. It was this crazy psychological like deep dive into The Hobbit. I love him. I'm a big fan. The Hobbit guy. I can't think of his fucking name. The Hobbit guy. Who played the Hobbit? See, the brain damage resides. Who played the Hobbit? Who played the Hobbit? My memory is totally shot, right? Or not the Hobbit, but who played Frodo? Who played the Frodo? It was Elijah Wood, right? So Wilfred was Elijah Wood doing like this crazy true intellectual deep dive into his own psyche with the help of an Australian comedian who ended up being his best friend for some weird reason. And they don't know why, but they're each other's best friends, and the whole show is about this. And it only made it, I think, one season. We'll go look at the Wilfred. Oh shit, am I on the wrong display adapter? I am. I'm on the wrong one. Oh well. Yeah. What was it? It was Wilfred was a really interesting show. Wilfred Wiki. Yeah, Ryan, a depressed ex-lawyer. Oh, okay. What are we doing here? Oh, you want money? Okay, well, let's just reload, please. Yeah. Wilfred is an Australian-American sitcom that aired from June 23rd, 2011 to August 13, 2014 for a total of 4 seasons. Oh, never mind. I didn't know it went that long. It was an Australian show with Elijah Wood in it. And you didn't know if it was an American show with an Australian actor in it or an Australian actor with an American, an Australian show with an American actor in it, because the premise was American in like California, in like Venice Beach, I think it was, or something like that. But I believe the show's makers were Australian and the comedian was Australian, and it was on Australian SBS, and it was on FX opposite Family Guy, opposite with David Zuckerman and stuff. And it was a great show, and it did go 4 seasons, and it was one of the more psychological deep dives like BoJack Horseman that we've ever had, where he would just freely talk about what he thought Freud and sex meant for what the basement allegory was, and why the dog was coming from the basement allegory and shit like that, and why his best friend comes from his basement allegory, and really deep shit like that, stuff that you can't really explain. Why did I meet my best friend in the darkest time of my life? That's kind of what Wilfred was about, because there was like this death plot, right? Someone died recently, and Ryan's kind of fucked up about it or something like that. And he's in love with his neighbor, and his best friend is his neighbor's dog. And it was such a really interesting show about kind of the state of things in a really psychological kind of hipster reality of like a BoJack sort of reality of sort of more mundane, like middle class living, like coming up with the girl next door being your best friend and who you're in love with, and her dog is your best friend because you aspire to be around her, and the dog ends up really loving you because you want to be around her, and the dog realizes that you're packed because you're in love with the master, but the master isn't dating you because she's with someone else. And that was an allegory in Wilfred too. It was really beautiful show. If you guys never see it, it makes me emotional even thinking about it, because it was often tough life, pushy, bad. The dog was an asshole. He was like a thief, and he was vulgar, and he was a bad influence, and he was pushy, and he would get you to do what he needed, and he was often mean like me. He was like often mean, you know what I'm saying? And I love that they put this in the show, because like, and the actor was amazing. I forget, it was Jason Gann. wonderful, wonderful comedian. Very, very naturally funny. Like he's like the American. I'd say he's close to like the American Carlin. Yeah, he's like the American Carlin. He comes across like the American Carlin. He's one of those. He's very dire and dour, but he's very funny. And he's also got a heart of gold, like Elijah Wood. Though when you see him, who he actually is, and this show was a really emotionally good show for me. It was an emotional deep dive into understanding why your best friend's dog was your best friend and stuff like that. You know, it was really beautiful show. And so Elijah Wood was also kind of like the male counterpart to somebody like Allison Mack. He came up the same time. He was Frodo. He was that generation's Luke Skywalker, you know? So it was cool to see, is why I bring it up, because like that generation, like I would say it's my generation. My generation's Luke Skywalker was Elijah Wood, because he was Frodo, you know? And so, you know, and I think that kind of does fit him. He was kind of fucked up. I think he admits to a lot of drug use in Wilfred. He admits that he was like kind of a cocaine addict, and I think the dog kind of admits to it too. They're like, yeah, we kind of liked the cocaine when we were young. And it was, you know, there was the dog constantly blows lines of cocaine in the basement next door all the time, and they're kind of making fun of you. They're kind of making fun of that, and they're like, yeah, the dog is a total gonzo, and that was kind of funny too. The comedian was a total gonzo. The Hollywood actor couldn't be, because he was like conscripted by Hollywood not to be. But the comedian opposite was still his best friend, and the comedian opposite was a full blown dog, and that's why he was dressed in a dog suit. He was like this womanizing, sexist, racist, like alcoholic, drug addict, like asshole who was particularly mean and particularly pushy and like naturally hilarious in everything that he said. And I really hated him in a way. I hated the dog. I hated the comedian, but I loved him too, because it was all a portrayal, you know, it was all acting. Very beautiful show. And so Allison Mack brings these sort of things to mind for me. It was a great show when I was growing up.
Role on season 2 of Wilfred.
And again, sorry guys for the bad video. I'm gonna fix it here. We were looking at something on the side here. I'm gonna run it. I do see that there's some people here, and I love you. So we go and we'll finish this video. But yeah, and I fixed the video now, so it won't be so crappy. Sorry about that. It's Neuro Lounge Day. Lounge Day.
TV Guide, Allison said, quote, I took a year to kind of decide whether or not
and so when you so where I was going with this is, when you're a fake person like Elijah Wood, and I'd say they're fake people really, when you're a fake person like Evan Rachel Wood or Elijah Wood or like this girl Allison Mack, you're not a fake person. These people are not fake people. They're actually more real than a lot of people you might meet on the street, I think, actually. They have more hipster douchebag thoughts. They're more self-aware. They tend to be genius and AAA, and they tend to be sort of like X Factor and, you know, and all this other stuff. They tend to be successful. They're millionaires and all this stuff. They're successful actors, right? So where I'm going with this is like, with that cult of personality, though, when you have no legitimate like social interaction with the public, because you're this like target, and you're also famous and you're rich, and your friends, your family don't really treat you the same and all this stuff, like eventually you go looking for something. And this is how Tom Cruise got abducted into Scientology. Hollywood weddings tend to drive, like Adam Driver, I think, was kind of trying to talk about it in The Wedding Story, which was a really fucking good, recent award-winning film with Adam Driver opposite, I forget the name of the wonderful woman actress, but she was super good too. And that movie was about like a marriage failing in the middle of everything coming together in their lives. In the middle of everything coming together, all their money and their jobs and everything, their divorce happens. And that was an amazing movie about how, like, essentially if all of your friends and all of your family are sort of fake, and you're going through something and you need reality from actors, they're not going to give it to you. BoJack was about this too. When you're surrounded by fake Hollywood people and drug dealers and people who want to like clout hang off you and stuff, like, you don't really have this real life. And so when you have a real problem, the fact that you don't have any authentic relationships with anybody, and you don't feel like anybody's ever spoken to you like a true person in like years, you eventually go looking for solutions in crazy places like a cult. And that's where I'm going with this. This is another aspect of one of the things about fame that kind of worries me, is I don't think I would ever need the cult. I think I'm more kind of like L. Ron Hubbard. I'm more likely to inflict the cult upon the world. You know what I'm saying? I'm scared to grow communities a little bit because I don't want them turning into L. Ron Hubbard. Like, you know, I don't want it turning into L. Ron Hubbard where I feel like bitter about the world playing tricks on me. So I play a trick on the world where, you know, I fucking like I saddle them with a fucking religion that haunts them for 1,000 years. You know, I would say that's what L. Ron Hubbard did. He didn't like the treatment, you know, that the government put him through because he was a fucking pederast. So what did this shitty pederast do? He committed a fucking like a cult upon the human race, which was like a plague for like 1,000 years that stole billions of dollars, enslaved people's lives, and promoted all kinds of pederasty and problems and stealing and tithing and shit. And that was his revenge on the world when the American government went after him for being a fucking pederast and blowing up the CIA for all the stupid shit they were doing with Paperclip and COINTELPRO and FBI and all this shit. And he was like fighting the government tooth and nail, living on a ship because he wasn't even an American anymore, fucking children on his ship, you know, disgusting ass devil shit. Trilateral Commission, you know, World Trade Commission bullshit like that. Like, you know, he was like that. And so they X'd him out of the community, and as they should have. But his joke on the world, because of that, was to play a joke on the world and introduce Dianetics and fucking Scientology and enslave the world for 1,000 years. And I'm sorry, but I'm more scared of doing stuff like that than I am of being absorbed into the cult. You know, I don't have any money, and I've never had any money for a cult to steal. And if I ever did, I would have spent it on trying to change the world long before they get to me. So it's like that, you know, so I tend to be sort of immune to the NLP. I'm immune to the NLP. I was raised by an NLP person, and I know when they're using it on me, you know.
And kind of figure out what path I wanted to take and where I was going.
Yeah, she's like, now I want authenticism. I want this in my own life too. And so she signs up to Wilfred opposite Elijah Wood, which is kind of crazy. And Wilfred was a show about this, like fame turning into this thing where you have no authenticity in your life anymore, and or you're like a drunk, crazy, like basement dwelling comedian who's like a total dog who sleeps around with a lot of women and has no real esteem or anything. And like you're either one or the other in the modern age, and that's kind of what Wilfred was saying. So it's no mistake that Allison Mack showed up opposite fucking Elijah Wood in fucking The Rise and Fall of Allison Mack, because it's just kind of funny that it makes sense. Now, I would say if there was anybody to experience a fall, I would say it's basically Elijah Wood, because Elijah Wood did not go on to be you know, I would say Leo DiCaprio, or, I mean, I think he did, really. He did. I mean, with Lord of the Rings, he did. He went on to be Leo DiCaprio. He moved those units like Liv Tyler did. I mean, he moved, you know, Liv Tyler, you know, like moved units with Lord of the Rings. And I mean, they moved units. Like Peter Jackson moved units with Lord of the Rings. So I think Elijah Wood is kind of a Johnny Depp, like, caliber actor. But I don't think they ever gave him the credit for that, is what I'm saying. The same way they never really gave credit to Mark Hamill for Luke Skywalker. And these are the sort of problems that I get scared of. I get scared of seeing this sort of shit. I'm like, what if they never give you the credit 10, 20, 50 years later, and you're like, oh fuck, I was Luke Skywalker, like Mark Hamill. Mark Hamill's still alive, and he knows they never gave him the fucking credit for it. They never gave him the credit for being the greatest actor of the modern age, because he's still alive. I don't believe Mark Hamill is, or did Mark Hamill die? No. Yeah, maybe Mark Hamill died. I don't know. Is Mark Hamill, did Mark Hamill alive? Is Mark Hamill still alive? I can't remember. Yeah, he's still 72. Now, nobody in Hollywood would ever say that he was the best actor in history, but I would. He had the most like fundamental fucking like pivotal role of all fucking time. It was Luke Skywalker. But nobody in Hollywood would ever say Elijah Wood or Mark Hamill are the best actors in Hollywood, despite having the best roles. And that's a really tragic thing about Hollywood, and it's one of the reasons why I'm sure Mark Hamill was a cocaine addict, and you know, Elijah Wood was probably dabbled with a bit of the drugs when he was young. I don't mean to besmirch him if he didn't, but I mean, maybe he didn't. I would say he never stopped making movies, so maybe he never had the time. I don't know what I don't want to know what Elijah Wood's life is like. I just really think that it's kind of funny that all of these people kind of show up on this one of these childhood shows that I really loved, because you can tell they're true human beings going through some stuff. One's going to a cult leader, another is going to a psychological television show writing to try to get through his problems. That was Elijah Wood. And the third one was a drunken, you know, Australian comedian who was into cocaine and hookers and all this. And so all three of them have she was like, I don't have an authentic personality because I've been the Nickelodeon girl for 20 years, like Sija something, Sia, what's her fucking name? I can't think of her, Nickelodeon girls, Nickelodeon girl, Siwa something, Siwa, I can't remember her name, Siwa something like that, isn't it? Siwa, it's Siwa, Jojo Siwa. Jojo Siwa was the new Allison Mack. They literally had the exact same fucking lives, the exact same fucking money, and I would say they basically didn't have the same fall, thank God. Like she did not have the cult leader fall that Allison Mack had. I think she just had so much fame she didn't know what to do. But I mean, like, honestly, I think she's still a wonderful person. So it's like, it's kind of weird. So I would say the same of Allison Mack if she hadn't been fucking co-opted by a fucking cult. And I think some of the kids have no idea who the fuck Allison Mack was, but I'll tell you who Allison Mack was. She was the original fucking, you know, JoJo Siwa. She was the original JoJo Siwa, and this is the sad thing. You are going to think that everybody's going to know who JoJo Siwa is for 50 years. But the truth is, 20 years later, when you're 40, right? 25 years later, when you're 40, no one's going to remember who JoJo Siwa is. No one remembers who Allison Mack is. And this is something that's really fundamentally true about the human race. What you think is hot shit right now, like Billie Eilish or whatever, you know, or whatever, JoJo Siwa, in 20 years, there'll be this ancient fucking memory that you're going to have to go Google Wiki to even remember the name of. I'm already experiencing that problem with JoJo Siwa right now because I wasn't this young on Nickelodeon, you know? So, but I was raised on Allison Mack and Clarissa Explains It All, girl. And so now, you know, like, man, what a life these people lead. It's like I would say authenticity is about as far from their lives as you could possibly get. I think being a celebrity is essentially, it's like you adapt the lie. Being an actor, especially, you essentially, your job is a lie and everything you do is a lie. And then I'm very sensitive about this in my job because I did not come into this job with an intention to to lie in any way or form, or to be sensationalistic, or to demand the attention of people, or to like be sensational or any of this. I didn't come into this wanting the clout. I wanted a personal history that I figured some people would tag along with. Now, I may not have that luxury. It never occurred to me that I might not have that luxury. It just didn't. I was like, oh, I can always keep it chill or whatever. But it did not occur to me that I might not have that luxury. It didn't, and so now I understand their lives a little bit more. They don't have the luxury of authenticity. They don't have that. They have these fake ass lawyers hanging around them all day, trying to sue people and fuck around and live middlemen lives off of their income and shit. And I'm sorry, but that's basically the anathema to me. If I have anybody in my life like that, I've lost. Like, I don't have a life anymore. I've been co-opted or something. It's something weird. So that's how I feel about this. We're going to listen more to Allison Mack now.
Would be the last.
It's almost like the fall of JoJo Siwa if a crazy cult leader abducted JoJo Siwa and made her play volleyball 2 times a week randomly from midnight until 7 in the morning. That's what this story plays out like. JoJo Siwa got lucky. She got lucky they didn't fucking Macaulay Culkin her. She got lucky. You know what I'm saying? I would say Taylor Swift got lucky. They still kind of Macaulay'd her life. I remember the KYGO country guy pinched her ass, pinched her fucking ass on camera, and she sued him for like, what was it? It was like $150 million on principle. Won, and then tore it up and told him that he could pay her $1, as I recall. Yeah. And like, honestly, like, do you think that Taylor Swift wakes up in the morning going to look to go do stuff like that? I don't think so. I don't think she has the luxury of not doing stuff like that. I think they force her to do stuff like that. And so, you know, I don't know how to feel about that. That's fame, and you know, I went into this thinking, oh, maybe one of the ways, the only ways to make these girls respect my lifestyle is to get the clout to be a famous video game streamer or whatever. Catch me a nice e-girl who understands when I have to raid at 3 a.m, you know? But I mean, really, I don't know. That might actually be a curse. It looks like a blessing to me right now, but boy, I'm thinking maybe now some of my aspirations were actually curses, and I should abandon some of those desires before they actually become like reality. And when they become reality, I will lose the authenticity of my entire fucking life, and I am not willing to do that. I know it's talking like a rich person or a famous person when I'm not, but I'm like, really, it's all mindset though. If you think that that's something that might eventually happen, it could. If you put it out to the universe that you believe that might happen, it could. You know, I think that's something that Tay kind of taught me, you know, is you put it out to the fucking universe, it could.
Ending in 2014. By this time, Allison had been involved with NXIVM for 8 years. NXIVM had many different companies under its umbrella, and Keith created a company called The Source. The Source was an acting group, and he told Allison he wanted her to lead it. Allison then became an acting coach under NXIVM's umbrella, and she even recruited some of her acting students into NXIVM through The Source. Allison also joined another NXIVM company called Jeunesse.
So before Jeunesse, I had tons of people around me all the time. I've always been a people person. People used to come visit me in my house and say,
yeah, me too. My house was the flop house. Like, I was the people person. They just invited themselves in, like, literally for years, for like 7 years. My door did not have a lock on it, and anybody could just walk in. For like 7 years. And they did. Everybody just walked in. It was just like a given. Even at 4 in the fucking morning, any of my friends could easily have just walked in my apartment and crashed out on my couch and did. I had another friend, he was like this. He took care of me for 7 years. Like, you know, his house never had a lock on the door either, unless he wanted to sleep or something, you know, like, or whatever. And then not sleep, but like, you know, he really didn't want anybody there. It was just kind of like, you know, and that's how my house was for a long time. It was like being Allison Mack. It kind of sucked. It was like being Drake and Josh. It's not very fun. It's actually not very fun being the party kid whose house that everybody's goes to all the time. It's being the social butterfly. You're the center nucleus of the circle most of the time. I was lucky in a way because there was like 4 of us. It wasn't just one of us. There was 4 of us that comprised so many different core of circles that it was like this blessing. And I don't know, like now I don't know, like she talks this way that, like, man, like I remember for a time I was like, I can't remember the last time I got naked because I can't remember the last time I was alone. You know what I'm saying? So you wonder why I like being alone now. Yeah, way to walk into it, you idiot. I'm sorry, but I missed something, did I? Oh, I missed something. Okay, sorry, I'm gonna play the video now.
Like, it was a party. Everywhere I went, it was a party.
Yeah, everywhere I went, yeah.
But I felt very lonely.
Yeah.
And I didn't understand.
Like, honestly, this is how crazy it is. Okay, I felt so lonely for like 37 fucking years. Even until I was like 38 years old. My house was still the flop house in the madhouse. I had a kid chilling with me playing Tarkov and Fallout 76 and Rust for 2 solid years when I was in the madhouse. There was a kid chilling in the chair next to me for 2 solid years. It was like, even when I was in the madhouse, my house was the flop house. And at the end of it really hurt him when I was like, dude, I need time to be alone. He was like, he didn't understand it. He was like, you are so alone. Like, you have no friends. And I was like, yeah, I know. But dude, I need time to be alone. Like, dude, I all my life, I have been surrounded by people. I can't remember the last time I was alone. I came to the madhouse to get better, and I don't think I'm getting better without being alone. And he was like, I get that, I guess. And I was like, yeah, man, I'm sorry. But like, I need to be alone. I like need to do it. It's been 40 years of, it's like, it was like 38 years. It was like, No, it started when I was like 13, and then it went until I was like 37. So what is that? It's a long time. It's 20 years. It's like 20 some years. It was too much. And so now, get the funny little joke here, right? So now I only feel happy when I'm alone, and I only feel lonely when I'm around people. And it's such a weird, fucked up thing. Fucked up, you know? Fucked up thing. Like, I don't really know why. Like, I honestly, like, the more I'm around people, the more alone I feel, because I don't feel that almost anybody there is like me in any way or form. They don't have the same brags. They don't have the same sort of life. They don't have the same sort of focuses or things. It's a very alienating thing. And I just, you know, and that's where I'm at now, where I'm like, yeah, it's being alienated by having the flop house at my house my entire fucking life. How many times are you gonna make me come back to this before you finish the fucking piece of shit quest and let me out of here? Please let me finish this. Are you gonna make me come back again? You gonna make me come back again? It was like 4 times. Make up your fucking mind. Ugh, sorry. Okay, here we go.
I imagined the idea of like finding the most wonderful husband and then feeling intimate and
Yeah, like imagine, yeah, it was like imagine, like when relationships go bad, you're like, oh well, it just didn't work this time because I know that I'm crazy and it's really hard to be around me, and they're a saint for trying to put up with me for as long as they did. And honestly, and so maybe, and you tell yourself, better luck next time, right? And this is a good thing to think. This is an appropriate thing to think, but it still isn't positive change in the right direction. It's not a loving relationship. It's not like, I mean, it is. It's like you end up in this loving relationship for years and years and years, and you love the person more than yourself and all this, and it's really fulfilling and all this. But at the end of it, you look up and you're like, I don't know if me pretending to be a real person long enough to be your boyfriend is working for me. And I don't think you pretending to be my girlfriend long enough to be my girlfriend is working for you either, because it's like at that point, you know, what's up, Dave? How you doing? It's good to see you here on New World Angry Earth expansion launch day. And I'm just providing content, and I'm listening to a video called The Fall of Allison Mack, which was a Nickelodeon girl coming out of my generation. Yeah. And so, oh, I'm doing excellent, brother. Brother, how are you doing? You doing okay? A long time no see. You holding up okay? I would have the sound effects on in this game, but I caught a sound effect glitch, so it's kind of quiet here. Sorry. But yeah, I'm enjoying the expansion. Doing great, buddy. It's an expansion launch day. I'm always like, dude, that's like my birthday or Christmas or something, man. Today is like Christmas or my birthday. I'm in a good mood. I'm chatty. You know, I'm talking a lot. Doing well, and I hope you are too as well. You know, whether or not you are, you know. Whether or not you're doing well, I still hope you're doing well. Oh, you want me to do a dungeon? Savage Divine, just do Sorry, I'm just like looking at this. I missed what you said. Just a second here. Yeah, me doing okay. Well, right on. I hope you enjoy New World and learning about the rise and fall of Allison Mack.
That one best friend and then feeling like at ease in my relationships. At least with just one person. I was just looking for one person.
Yeah, so you tell yourself, well, better luck next time, right? Maybe the relationship will be better next time. You know, it's just maybe the chemistry didn't work. But no, what it really is you are incompatible with the person. They aren't a gamer and you are. It's a really fundamental thing. I've never met gamer girls who I thought I wanted to date. I did though, actually. I'm sorry, I did. I met 2 of them. But I mean, like, you know, you know, like, honestly, most of the women that turn me on are more normal women, kind of. They tend to have more sort of normal ambitions and stuff, you know? Oh, yeah, I've not been playing it. Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, you've not been playing it. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's $30 for one thing. You're not missing too much, you know, but it's a great game. I love this game. This is like my favorite game right now. I like this game. shoot a cannon. I would log out and fix the sound effects, but then I have to face a queue of like 2,000 people, which is like probably an hour. And I don't want to do that. So rather than do that to you guys, I'm just playing without the sound effects because expansions are, you know, expansion launches are shaky, and I experienced a really bad bug twice. I would log back in and I got the bug again 10 minutes later. So we're just keeping the sound effects off for today, and I realize I have to kind of keep the entertainment running here by talking and all that. So we'll run the video and play the game.
And I didn't understand why I couldn't get that.
Yeah, I didn't understand why I couldn't get it either. I was like, why can't I get a real relationship where I don't have to pretend to be up at a certain time? I don't have to pretend who I am. I don't have to pretend like I care about birthdays or holidays or traditions or being somewhere that isn't a video game. I don't see why I need to pretend to be those things, you know? Are you going to let me out of this? Yeah, I think you are. Yeah. Do you know? Oh, yeah, I know what NFTs are. Yeah, no fucking thanks. Yeah. I know what NFTs are. They stand for no fucking thanks, Dave. No fucking thanks. Yes, I know what NFTs are. Oh, yeah. Why do you ask?
People are so good in a living room, but I was so bad at intimacy. The format that the Genestrax offers with the men and the women, and then this...
Oh, no, your cult didn't save you. You just found somebody who dominated you, and that's what you needed in the end. You needed somebody to just dominate you and tell you what to think and what to feel. Because that's what happens when you're an inauthentic person who can't have authentic relationships. You need somebody to just move in, like a cult leader or somebody, who just tells you when you can eat and when you drink and when you can have fuck and when you can't and all this and all this. And that's what these celebrities actually need. They need structure because their lives are endless party. Like me. My life was endless party. Just like them. It costs a lot of money, so that's why I'm broke. You know, it costs a lot of money endlessly partying. Endless cigarettes, endless alcohol, endless pot, endless drugs, you know, endless partying. You know, it's expensive. It's costly on your body and your heart and your soul.
Consolidated, very intense structure where you are just diving into yourself and understanding how you relate.
I know you're busy right now playing New World. I came here to ask if you would like to play a free-to-play game where NFTs drop. The game is called Big Time. I will try it with you, Dave. I am open-minded. How's that? We don't play the same time frame. So these days I've been getting up at 9 PT, which is what time is 9 a.m. PT in the UK, right? It's so I play video games, Dave, from like 5 until 4 in the morning your time. I am open to any video game, but I cannot commit further than that. If I don't like what I see, I will leave 5 minutes later. No promises, but I will not say no. The answer is yes, Dave. I will. I will not be able to do that. I can't make a commitment like that until, how about Sunday the 22nd at 5 p.m. UK. And I realize that's putting you off for like 3 weeks, but I mean, it's better than a no, isn't it? Right? And I will give your game a try, but I've got this New World expansion for like 3 weeks. So, okay. Can't click the link, but I'll Google it, Dave. I'll Google it. Can't click a link in my chat. Sorry. But yes, I will Google all of it. Let me read what you said. I'm sorry. You said, I've been playing it already, but the only way you can get into the game is to go to this link and ask for the big time link and follow what you need to do. Yeah, I'm sorry. That I will not do, Dave. That is unsafe. There's a reason that they do that. It's because it's unsafe. The link itself is unsafe, Dave. I'm terribly sorry. I cannot do a security risk like that. I am my family is currently under siege from a real life hacker, And I cannot put my security any further at risk to a link-based game. If they have a website called Big Time where I can download the client, I will give it a try. I mean, if they got a link, I imagine they probably can, right? Yeah. But I can't click a link. You know, I'll do like I'll do a sign up with you or whatever, but I can't click a link. You know what I'm saying? I will sign in right here on the website and come play the game on the 20th of this month. Yes, in 17 days I will come, but I need that much time on New World. But yes, Dave, if all of that shitty shit about my streamer schedule is amenable to you, I will come play with you in 3 weeks' time on Sunday. Yeah, they do have a website. Yeah, I just looked at it. Yep, it's right here. Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't show you my screen. There we are. There we are. Yep. So I will sign in. Yeah, in 3 weeks I will sign in. I will also need to do some research. Like, one of the big things that you should definitely do is the game Big Time safe? And let's see what the internet says about this. Filters, view count. So I'm seeing a popular video going against it, but let's see what else. No other results at all. Yeah, but this guy, I don't know if I trust him, you know? So but I don't see any videos, but that doesn't mean anything. So as long as I don't see anything super like, this is a scam, don't do it. I'm okay with playing the game, yeah. So, because I have security, I have a VPN, you know, their games don't scare me. It's just that I can't be clicking links to sign up. That's sus as hell. You know what I'm saying? Links to sign up is sus as hell. Like, Uber codes are good. Links to sign up are not. You said, the link I showed you is someone's Twitch stream that's playing. It's still new to it. Yeah, I don't have the time right now. I can't do during the New World, like launch day. I don't have the time right now, Dave. I'm terribly sorry, but I promise I will look. I promise. And if you like what you see, I trust your instincts. I'll come take a swing. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, I'm open-minded. I have not been to the space. No, I have not. Okay, well, let's ride. I'm gonna turn the video back on. And thank you for the invitation. I appreciate that. It's very nice of you.
Helped me to reveal all of these areas of insecurity, areas of just really basic confusion, or lack of attention, like things that I had just never thought about or looked at in myself. The Jeunesse tracks helped me open up and see, so that I could start to build a relationship with me and start to be honest with me, and then practice being honest with all the people in the tracks with me. And then that expanded out and out and out into the rest of my life, and now I have the most beautiful friendships with people that go so far beyond anything I could have imagined. And I have the most awesome experience with my family. And I can say with that I look at men now and I'm not trying to find a future husband. And that is very freeing.
Ooh, another axe.
Jeunesse
Nice.
was a women's group with a curriculum for female empowerment that taught people to, quote, inherit their birthright, unquote. Jeunesse claimed to help women understand what it meant to be a woman in a man's world, with emphasis on relationships and sexuality. But under the surface of this group with a feminist facade, Jeunesse was anything but empowering. Keith had members of Jeunesse meet with the men's group and do exercises together. Where Keith
678 heavy.
How hard
Oh, I can't wear that yet.
And how women were to blame
New
for
ring.
how they treated men and tempted
You have to get a Ruby Pass from one of the ambassadors on Twitch. There's one called Killer Saints 1313. If you go to his Twitch channel, that's for Ruby Pass. He can set you up for the game. I'm not liking hearing a lot of this, Dave. It sounds kind of risky to me. I don't know, buddy. I don't see why I would benefit from going through that security process. You know, I don't want to talk to some dude when I want to download a game, you know? Just saying. Wow. Can I wear it? No, it's level 65. Damn it. So I'll think about it and I'll do the research and stuff, but I don't want to talk to some dude. You know what I'm saying?
sexually. Keith also taught Jeunesse and the men's group about open.
I also, Dave, I full-blown don't support NFTs and I will never give them my money and I don't want anybody else's money. So I mean, I want their money when I'm streaming and stuff, but I don't want to play an NFT game for money. I don't need to. So, yeah, I don't know. I think I might decline just based off that. I'm sorry. NFTs are something I can't support on my channel, Dave. Yeah, see what I'm saying? Sounds like a scam, Dave. I'm sorry, but...
relationships. Keith believed that men were...
Yeah, I'll check it out. I'll check it out because it's free to check it out. Yeah, I'll check it out. I'm not closed-minded, but the likelihood is kind of low. I'm sorry, but I'm nervous when Triple Anus does this to me. Like recently, I returned Cyberpunk for $70 with the the DLC, the new DLC that just came. I returned that because I felt like CDPR was ripping me off. You know what I'm saying? That was the Triple Anus, like a small time NFT game. I don't see I don't think NFT game sounds good to me, Dave. It sounds like somebody setting up to rob you a little bit. I'm sorry, but that's what the warnings in the scene are, Well, that's cool. Okay, well, I'll listen to you. If it's a lot of fun, I'll listen to you. All right. Well, I'll go see. If the game's good, that's all I care about. If the game's good, I'll take your word for it and I'll go see. I have dummy accounts and safety, and I'm not going to give them any of my money. I'm not scared of their NFT game. I'm not a pussy.
really polyamorous, while women were monogamous. Keith made these two groups perform militant exercises, such as push-ups, planks, and members weren't allowed to eat, drink, or use the restroom.
Oh, good. They can't go to the bathroom or drink or eat things. Oh, good. That's always good.
Female members who
isn't that basically prison?
Objections with the curriculum were
pretty much prison
and made to wear masks, a costume with cow udders, and one woman even had to wear a jockstrap.
Oh, please let me wear it. Oh, I can. Yes.
That Allison attempted to recruit Emma.
What level am I now?
Her in a few tweets.
But then, what's the point of the game? That seems sort of weird. Well, cool. Let's go see what the gameplay looks like. I hate to do this, Dave, because I think you're going to see a side of me that's really dismissive. And I don't say these things to be harmful to you. I just, I fear you're going to see me do something here that's going to annoy you. Which is watch the game for 5 seconds and tell you immediately whether or not I can play it or not. And
I'm John.
We're gonna mute him. I don't want to hear what he has to say. I just want to see the gameplay. The gameplay, right?
It cost $2.50. More about the game. Hope I don't have to. For the rest of the dungeon, easily dispatching every bug that I encounter. It's all pretty fine. Nothing amazing. If anything, it's frustrating just how spread out everything is. Most of my time here was spent traversing the long distances between enemies. Also, none of these enemies were even able to attack me since they're all melee and I could just kill them before they get anywhere near me.
Sorry, can you guys see this?
Along the way,
yeah, you
an axe dropped, but unfortunately, since I'm the Chronomancer, I have no use for this. But I can store the item for later in case I want to switch to a class that can use the axe. After defeating all of the enemies, I'm able to head to a marked area to challenge the boss and its minions. With epic didgeridoo music blaring in the background, it's time for an epic battle. The boss doesn't even attack me until I get close to him. Combat is nothing more than standing still and spamming the left mouse button as fast as you can, occasionally pressing 1 or 2. This is some of the most engaging combat I've ever seen in a video game. Truly next level.
How does he have a cord? How does he have a cord attached to the mouse, but he's going out somewhere? Is it a bit? Yeah. No, the game itself looks solid, Dave, but my fear is I think this game looks inferior to Genshin Impact, which is free. Why would I play this game when I could go play Genshin Impact, which is a far superior game? You know what I'm saying? Like, this is far, far superior. Like, far superior. Yeah, but I'm saying it's... So, in a world where I could go play a game like this, Dave, I could choose Genshin Impact or I can choose this game. Why would I choose this game? And I don't, you know, that's my problem with this. It's, you know, that, and I fear my dismissive personality might harm your feelings, and I'm not trying to harm your feelings, Dave. No, you don't. No, I have like 18 characters and I never paid a... well, that's not true. I spent $5 on Genshin Impact, I think. 5 or 7, something like that. I have like 18 characters. That's not true. League of Legends you do, but not Genshin. You can play Genshin for free forever if you want. Takes forever, but you gotta face the slow gambling, you know, but... I'm just saying the combat, Dave, like, so understand, I'm a combat purist, and that combat did not look good to me. I mean, like I could go attack something in this game, and I'll show you, like, why would I play that game over this game? You know what I'm saying? Like, I have basically the same game here, but if I go out here, you know, and I'm not trying to be dismissive or hurt your feelings or say that the game is bad. That's not what I'm setting out to do. I'm saying I have better options. You know, I'm not looking for another third-person action ARPG. I have one that I consider is the best one that's ever been made. I consider this game to be far superior to Dark Souls 1. So why would I go play another third-person game that looks like Genshin? Yeah. So, but I'm saying, like, but I don't need any more than that. I can just see what the format of the game is. It's the same thing that I'm doing right now, but I think this is far more engaging. You know what I'm saying? The lion is skinnable. The combat had a lot of dodging in it. There's farming everywhere. Not only that, but Dave, so I use the argument Genshin Impact. But I'm honestly using New World as my reason. Why would I go play that game over New World? Do you see what I'm saying? Like right now, this lion fight is far more fun to me. You know? Like see how it's fun. It's like pretty fun. Like I don't have sound effects right now because it's brand new launch day and they're glitchy. But I mean, yeah, it's like this game looks more fun to me. I don't need to go play that game. I have a superior Souls-like. Yeah. So, well, if you like it, I'll give it a chance if I can download it off the website. And I'm not closed-minded to it. I told you I would and I will. But I mean, it'll have to be like Sunday because I mean, I have New World launch day for 3 weeks, and you know, I mean, that's like what's been the plan for like 5 months. Oh, this guy attacked me. Why? Oh, he's retreating. Okay. Yeah, I know that like this is a new game too. This game came out 2.5 years ago, Dave. This is a new game too. So now I'm like, why would I, like, you can obviously see which third-person game I want to play, you know? You can, like, see it. So why would I go play that game over this game, you know? Yeah, sorry, it's just, like, sucks, like, and I'm not trying to hurt your feelings. I think it's cool, and I will come play it in 3 weeks. Yeah, I'll come try it with you. If that, you know, I'm not trying to be, you know, argue with you. Not trying to make you feel bad, I promise. I just, you know, only have a certain amount of hours in the day, and there's many games that I'd like to be playing right now, like EVE Online. I haven't even bought Diablo 4. I haven't even bought Harry Potter. I haven't played Remnant 2 for more than 20 hours. I mean, I have Rust Hardcore Zombie. I mean, there's so many AAA. I have 60 hours in Starfield. I've been playing Skyrim, you know, Anniversary, or Skyrim Champion Edition, or I'm sorry, you know, Special Edition. I've been playing Overwatch 2 for 5 hours the other day. So Dave, like, I have like so many fucking games that if it's a third person combat game, like, you know, if it's a third-person combat game, this is the third-person combat game that I'm going to play. I'm not going to play Genshin. I'm not going to play this game. You know, so I'll come play it for a few hours to come see the game because I'm not closed-minded, but... Yeah. Dave, I have a game to suggest to you that's free. That's like good, like Final Fantasy 11 or Pantheon Rise of the Fallen. That's free to play the demo, called Project Gorgon, and you can find the demo on Steam for free. Go play Project Gorgon, Dave. This is a good new MMO that actually has good combat, that is made by people who have made really good games. Yeah. And go download the demo to Project Gorgon. It looks far superior to the game that you linked me. And so you can see, and it's free to go play this game and see what I'm saying. When you play it, it's going to blow your mind. And I guarantee you Project Gorgon... Oh, no, did I freeze? I did. I froze. I froze because of the sound error. It's so tragic. No. Wait. Oh, never mind. False alarm. Oh, Windows, and oh, New World, and all you AAA cantankerous bastards. You make my life so fun. Yay. Let's all thank the Lord for cantankerous software bastards who near crash my client all the time. Yeah. I mean, I can show you. You want to see it? Yeah, I'll show you Project Gorgon. I got it right now. Yeah. I'll show you 5 minutes of it. It's fucking great. Yeah, you want to see Project Gorgon? All right. Yeah, I'll sell you on a game. I love this game. Steam browser. I don't know. What are we doing here? Yeah. Get out of that. I mean, I don't know. What are we doing here? Where's the Steam at? Here we go. Library. Project Gorgon. I got it installed and everything. Right? Now, this game isn't amazing, Dave, but it is free once you buy it for $40, just like New World, right? So it's not amazing, but it's not a bad MMORPG. I think there's a lot here to love. It's got old, crappy graphics. It doesn't look as good as the game that you linked, big time. It doesn't look as good as your game at all. But you might like this game if you're looking, if you're hunting for games, right? Look how long it takes me to log in. It's not bad. Yeah, and then and it's low, it's low system resource because it's done by people who want to return us to an old style like Final Fantasy 11. And of course, I'm running New World, which is going to eat up my, my shit. Hold on. But yes, usually it loads faster than this, but I'm running New World, which is one of the most cantankerous clients out there. So here is Project Gorgon, and so I took it Archer, Dave. I can only show you Archer because Archer's the only class that I took. But I mean, here's the inventory. It has an inventory very reminiscent of Lotro. And it's sort of reminiscent of Lotro, but it's also sort of like Final Fantasy XI in the respect that the mobs aren't easy, and you sort of need a party to kill them. And so, and it's a very simple MMO, but it's made by the people who made... Oh, God, who is it? It's made by the people who made an old RPG, and I can't remember the name of the game. But it's... Oh, God, I can't... Asheron's Call. The people who made Asheron's Call. If we go and look at Project Gorgon on the internet, right? We're going to look at Project Gorgon. There are people who are kind of like trying to do the whole return to a fantasy RPG vibe, right? I'm sorry, I'm trying to do the Wikipedia of them. Which is... Oh, God, I don't know. There should be a Wikipedia of this, but there might not be yet. But anyways, there's no wiki... Or, yeah, I'm looking for the Wikipedia... Or, the Wikipedia. The game has its own wiki, for instance. It's an interesting game. And there it is. It's oh, no, that's not it. I'm looking for disambiguation. Damn it, that wasn't it. But, yeah, like, etc. Anyways, the people who made Project Gorgon are the people who made Asheron's Call, which was a successful RPG in the 90s. In the Baldur's Gate era. Asheron's Call. There it is. And so, and the game kind of looked like this. Looked like Dark Age of Camelot or Lotro or one of those, right? Return to old school. And this game costs money, Dave. It's $40, and I wouldn't say blow the money. I would say play the demo for a month. You can play the demo for a month. You can play it like Final Fantasy XI, and you can level classes to cap for a long time before you buy it. And once you buy it, you can just play it forever. You don't have to pay a monthly for it. And the monthly only gives you vanities. That's it. So here's what the combat looks like. Here's what Ranger combat looks like anyways. I'm gonna die because it's like Final Fantasy XI. You can't pull 2 mobs and expect to live. See, it's like Final Fantasy XI. You can't do it. You can't pull 2 mobs and expect to live. I might kill this tiger. Nope. I got one of them. But it's a hard game. And thankfully the spawn is nearby. I came to a place with tiger spawns, but I could leave it if I wanted to. The aggro isn't bad. You know, but it's also the walking is like Final Fantasy XI. Like you can see a castle over there. It's kind of like Mortal or Final Fantasy XI. It's a lot like Mortal. This game is so superior, Dave, to Mortal. I think except for the combat's not as good as Mortal, but everything else in Mortal was inferior to this game. This game is far superior to Mortal. Like it has good herbalism. See it well, yeah, what is it? It's like, or that one's been picked, I think, but there's herbalism, there's like there's tree chopping, you know, all that stuff that even Final Fantasy XI didn't have. There's a solo tiger, so I can show you like winning a combat thing. It's slow. You have to sit down to like get health back, like Final Fantasy XI, I think, or not sit down. You're just, your health bar regens slow, and you have to like do stuff like bandage to get back up. There, see. And then I'm going to shoot this tiger. Yeah, shoot. Oh, that tiger's dead. Oh, yeah, I didn't loot him. So there's, like, a lot of skills. It's a skill-based system. There's stuff like Autopsy and Butcher Corpse. You can see it pop it. Get levels and stuff like Butchering, like Mortal, right? Or EVE Online. It's got a very good skill system like EVE Online. Skill ups are the core of this game. And so I'll show you, like, the skill tree. Crafting, right? A lot of crafting. And, you know, skills and abilities. There's like alchemy, anatomy, archery. See, I'm level 16 in archery. And as I go up, I get stuff like aim shot 2, hook shot 2, blitz shot 3. If you want to play this game, it's free, Dave. I'm doing New World, so I can't be false advertising by being on Project Gorgon right now. I'll do one more fight so you can see the combat. I have you have 6 ability skills. You can do 6 different skills, and you can swap them out at will. There's a lot of abilities. So here's me using like my 6 key and my 5 key to do special abilities and stuff, and I'm kiting around because the tiger's no joke. I'm basically a Final Fantasy XI Ranger. If I let him hit me, I die. I die in one hit. You know what I'm saying? So I have to kite. You know, but there's all kinds of good combat in it. A lot more solid, I would say, than a lot of these like sort of fake games coming up in the scene. If I were to pitch a real game at you, this one you can try out for free, and you'll understand when you play it. It takes a bit to set the settings right and get it to look right, but once you do, it's actually super fucking good. It's a return to old style. And also, the maps are massive, because it's like Final Fantasy XI, right? There's mobs everywhere, and you go out, you kill mobs, like Final Fantasy XI. They're looking for healers, you know, they're looking for tanks. They have 6-man parties and stuff, because the RPG stuff is there. And the price is free for the first, like, 1,000 hours or something. So go play the game for free, and if you don't like it, then don't buy it, but I think it's a good game, and I'm gonna pitch a game at you. You seem to be to me like somebody who's looking for a game. So I like for instance, right now, if I wasn't playing New World or Elder Scrolls Skyrim, I would be playing this game to completion, because this game's super good, and I'll show you an example of how really crazy this game gets. Project Gorgon. Druid flights, right? It has flight like World of Warcraft. You could be a druid spec, and you can like fly around and shit.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a 3A Productions. This is Dragon.
This is a real MMORPG. It's not some like fledgling new game that's struggling. It's got a community that actually is there and is actually reporting and doing videos and stuff. It's like a real MMORPG. And so I was trying to show you, I don't know where to find the Druid flight, but the reason I bought this game is because when I saw the flight, I was like, oh my god, this game has flight, and it does. It has this game has flight. Like the video that I watched, I think was like this guy or something, but yeah, like this, like you can fly in this game. There it is. Look, you can fucking fly in this game, Dave. Look at this shit. And I was like, I'm sure that this is a good game. I don't know about that game that you linked me big time, but I know that this is a good game. And also, something else that's crazy about Project Gorgon is the first thing it did was throw me. It's also hard like Morrowind, like in terms of its questing, because the first thing it did was throw me out in a blizzard and tell me to deal. It was like, welcome to it portaled me to a blizzard. And it was like, you are now starving and freezing to death, and you have 90 seconds to live. And this is how Project Gorgon starts. They throw you out on a glacier, and they're like, find clothes, find food, find RPG shit, find a weapon, start killing stuff like Final Fantasy 11. You know, but and I was like, oh well, this seems cool, but it seems like a kind of sort of like a little niche and stuff. But then when I looked at the videos, I was seeing stuff like this. And I was like, this is a good game. I'm certain of it. I know that this is a good game, right? So, and that's all I have for you on this game. That's all I have. I'm going to log out of it now. This is the amount of time I have to spend on this before I get logged out of New World. I can't have that. So here we go. Sorry about that. But yeah, we'll turn back and we'll do some New World launch day. So, you know, I will play your game. I promise I will. You play my game and tell us which one is better. You tell me which one's better. Because I spent $40 on my game because I think it's actually really good. I'm like fairly certain, but you know, let's see how your game is when it stands up to mine. You know, because the melee combat's good. It's good. It has you know, it's very good game. I really believe in it. The graphics, you have to turn them up, but once you turn them all up, it's so good, Dave. It plays like Final Fantasy 11. It's so good. It's so good. I don't know how long it'll take that game to become popular, but I expect eventually, if they ever have any money, they're going to do a graphics update, and suddenly we're looking at the WoW killer, maybe. And I don't know, but I mean, not the WoW killer, but I mean, like, maybe a really good, solid, new, old-style, retro MMORPG. Maybe that game is actually the Pantheon Rise of the Fallen that we've all been looking for, right? Because Pantheon isn't going to be out for another 2 or 3 years. Oh, shit. I'm going to mace fight this lion. I have a badass kite shield that pretty much stops everything in the game. You see it? My kite shield stops everything in the fucking game. It's so cool. Look, and it doesn't even eat that much stamina either. I'm an actual tank. I can stop the damage entirely if I want to. It's so fucking sweet. I'm playing tank, by the way. Great sword. The new weapon that hit today was the flail. This is the flail. Wah, wah, wah. Look, I can just keep swinging it. There's no animation lock. Look, I can just keep swinging it. Every other weapon in the game has a swing animation that locks you, right? But this doesn't lock you. This does not lock you. It's so fucking sweet. Like, oh my god, I love this weapon. It's gonna be so cool. It's gonna be so good to use against mobs because you have this. I have life drain, right? So I have life steal. So all the time, I'm just healing off the mobs while I just go whack, 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 whack. There's a little bit of a pause, but it's not much. Whack, 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 whack. And all the time, I'm just hitting them with this nasty-ass mace. And in the background, I actually do some damage with my mace. See it? 965. That's not actually that, like, negligible. That's not negligible damage. It's quite a lot. When you crit, it's like 2,800 or something. So, I mean, like, yeah, this thing is it's not some piddling and crap, like, one-hander. It hits like a two-hander, this thing. It is a two-hander, basically. You don't have to use the shield with it if you don't want. But, I mean, you should, because this makes you basically impervious to physical damage. So you should use the shield. It's so badass. It's such a cool weapon. I really love what they did. I wish the sound effects weren't all fucked up, and I wish the cues weren't all long, or I would reset the sound effects so we could have the full game experience, but no. I have the sounds of nails on a chalkboard in the background. So look, now I'm hurt, so I just throw up my shield for a while, right? If she would actually, like, put the shield up. Yeah, and I just take my potion, I dodge. I put my shield up for a while, like, you know, like that, right? Yeah, and I can just hold it for a while my other cooldowns come up, you know? Like, totally stop the incoming damage entirely. I could play, like, a Blood Decay or a Prot Decay. It's so fun. Or, you know, I'm sorry, Prot Pally or a Prot War. So good. All right, let's go back to the video now. Well, I suppose I'll kill the tiger first, but I'm going to go back to the video we were watching about Alex Mack now. Sorry for the whole detour onto other games, but yeah, we'll get back to the New World now, and I'll keep killing shit. Oh my god, I don't have 205 skinning. I thought I did. How do I not have 205 skinning? I have 203 skinning, but not 205, which is so annoying. I should technically go back to Brimstone for just a bit and grind Scorpions for skinning until I have 205, because I'm losing out on thousands of gold out here. I pretty much do have to do that, unfortunately, actually, I think. Maybe without the sound, maybe with the music, it would be good enough. Let's see. Is the music good? There we go. I'm going to go kill some scorpions in the desert right quick because my eye level's way higher suddenly. And those will be a lot easier to kill, you know? So I'm going to go kill just a few scorpions until I have 205 skinning, because missing out on the skinning out here is just like on day one launch. It's like idiot. That's loser talk. You can't not have your skinning to what it needs to be out here. You're losing out on so much money. I have to go back. It's so annoying. Sign up for Brimstone Sands and Everfall Invasions at 8 p.m. EST. 25k raffles and keep towns upgraded. Going to jump and play some games. I'll see you later, my buddy. Thank you for hopping in, Dave IOY. It's always so good to see you, buddy. I did not mean to denigrate your game. I'm going to come play it, and I will take it on a case-to-case basis. I'll believe in your word that it's a good game, and I'm sure it is. You know what I'm saying? I did not mean to be negative. And thank you, buddy, for stopping in. Thank you, thank you. Always a pleasure. Come back again, you know? Hells yeah. All right, let's go kill some scorpions. Yeah! Kill some scorpions. Dun, dun. Yeah, that demo is free, by the way, Dave, for Project Gorgon. Go try it out. It's free. It's like a gig. The game is a gig, Dave. Can't go wrong. It's a free game, Dave. Best free game I've ever played. Project Gorgon, short of Hearthstone, maybe. Best free game I've ever played. That game's free that I showed you. $680, but I can't wear it. My weight is 474 out of 873. $204. I didn't have to go long. Look, I got really fast skill. Oh, you know, I have something for this. I think the music's too loud. I'll turn it down. Sorry. Yeah, the music's no good. Or it's good, but I'll keep it down really low. Like, yeah, like there. That's better. So I don't want to yell. I was gonna say. I have a booster for this, right? I have a season booster that I've been stockpiling for today that I forgot to turn on. It was just so stupid, and I don't know how to turn them on. It's like map, I think, and then how do you turn on boosters? I can't remember. I'm gonna go look. So annoying. New World, how to turn on proficiency booster. Augments. There it is. Gathering XP booster, right? We're going to run this for 2 hours. We'll also do a territory standing booster and a weapon XP booster for these 2 hours, right? And I'm gonna really try to like really play the game. I don't want distractions or anything. I'm gonna really try and play the fucking game. Yeah, I'm gonna get my shit in while my boosters are on. I love boosters. Boosters are fucking sweet, you know? We gotta find scorpions, which is like a lot more annoying than it should be. I think these guys are doing the exact same thing I'm doing. Ooh, that's really good money. That's like 50 gold lying right there. What's up, number 2? Yeah! I need scorpions. Damn it, I didn't get any. It's so annoying. Can I get skinning off of these? Yes, I can. 205. I'm done. I'm done. Yeah, let's get out of here. All right, gotta get out of here. Stupid channel thing. Oh, did I lose my video? I think I did. Nope, nope, there we go.
Calling Jeunesse a human development and women's movement, and implying that Emma Watson's humanitarian work would fit in well with the women's group. Only a few years before that, Allison attempted to reach out to Kelly Clarkson in 2013. Allison had been a NXIVM member for 5 years at that point. but neither ever responded to her tweets. Former friends of Allison began to notice her behavior change. A former castmate of Allison's named Michael Rosenbaum recalled on his podcast of a strange incident he had with her while Allison was in Nexium. Michael played Lex Luthor on Smallville, and although he and Allison were friends on set behind the scenes, he hadn't seen her in quite some time. Michael said a few years after Smallville ended, Allison let him know she was in the area and wanted to stop by his place. He hadn't seen Allison in years and said she walked into his house.
She was recruiting. She was recruiting.
Recognized Allison.
She was recruiting for the cult.
Allison walked in with a couple friends Michael didn't know.
What?
Said hi, and then Allison and her friends walked into his kitchen. Not sure what they were doing, Michael followed them in the kitchen where they began opening his cabinets, took his pots and pans out, and began cooking.
What?
Michael was stunned and asked what they were doing.
They're cooking you
When
dinner.
Allison replied, "We're hungry.
We're hungry and we're cooking you dinner. And we're going to be your friends now.
We're hungry." Michael said after a little while, he felt uncomfortable and said something like, "Yeah, you guys might
You guys
wanna
should
leave
probably
soon."
get out of my house
This
now.
made one of Allison's friends violently angry, and he started
Why?
cursing at Michael.
Why?
Michael then told them all to, quote, get the
fuck out of
my
here
house,"
now.
unquote. As he uncomfortably tells this story on his podcast,
Ugh.
Michael says he remembered waiting for Allison to jump in and apologize in an attempt to calm down the situation.
Nope.
Because that's something
She was
normally
part
would
of
have
it.
done.
Nope.
But she didn't.
No, that's not her.
And as they walked out of his house, Michael said it looked like they were in a zombie-like trance.
I wonder if I should finish the MSQ now, but I don't know.
Members
Just
of
gonna keep
Jeunesse
going
and the
for it.
men's group were given what was called readiness drills, where Keith or a
Oh,
higher
good.
ranking member would text a man or woman in these two groups, and members had to immediately respond with ready. These drills could take place at any time, day or night.
Oh my
If a
god.
member didn't respond or was late to reply, they were forced to do self-punishment called penance. Bonnie Peace, a female member of Jeunesse,
If we
remembers her
suspect,
penance dictated she be
if we suspect that you're doing something that isn't in our favor or isn't around us, then and we call on you and you're busy having sex or something, we're gonna punish you.
to sleep on the floor at home for several nights while her
What?
husband slept in the bed.
Wow.
Bonnie was an actress who appeared in Star Wars Episode 2, Attack of the Clones. She and her husband had met in Nexium, and Bonnie became one of Allison's closest friends. Together, they performed in another Nexium group called Simply Human, which was a live theater group Keith had Allison lead. But Bonnie had had enough of Keith Raniere, and she knew she had to get out of Nexium, even though her husband, a high-ranking member, chose to stay in the organization at the time. Before defecting in 2017 and losing the only community she had known for several years, Bonnie recalls in the documentary The Vow about being worried for the women in Jeunesse because they were beginning to look unhealthy, and she noticed Allison's backbones were sticking out. Bonnie confronted Allison about her concerns, telling her she looked sick. She knew Allison wasn't eating and told Allison she needed to start eating. That's when Allison replied, quote, "Well, Keith is measuring my calories. He says as long as I'm having my period, I'm fine," unquote. Then Allison told Bonnie something truly disturbing. Allison told her she made a lifetime vow to Keith, a vow of devotion. When Bonnie officially left Nexium and told Keith she was leaving because she believed Nexium was built on abuse, obligation, and coercion, and that she could no longer support it, the last thing Keith said to her was, quote, "You seem to have a commitment to being a victim," unquote. Now, one of Allison's closest friends was leaving right when Allison had made a lifetime vow. What Bonnie didn't know was all those years Allison was leading Simply Human, Nexium's live theater group. Keith never paid Allison like he said he would. It was discovered in court documents that in 2016, Allison reached out to Keith via email asking him to be paid as she was going broke. Yes, Allison Mack, the beautiful and talented actress who quit her job and focused solely on Nexium, was now fully dependent on Keith Raniere, who refused to pay her until she delivered what he wanted most: India Oxenberg. Some former members of NXIVM recall Allison being exuberantly happy at all times, while others recall her being like a viper, ready to strike at any minute. Now Allison was about to strike at India.
What? What? Matt gets whack. Oh, Matt got whack. Don't do a cult, people. Don't ever join a cult.
That I've ever done. It's the most challenging thing I've ever done because it consists of working with a group of people in a way that is totally interdependent, meaning we're all working together and no one is ever punished and no one is ever told that they're wrong or they're bad. And the most important thing in working on Jeunesse is the relationships in Jeunesse. And I'm not used to that. I'm used to the objective being met. I'm used to having like strict, hard, fast deadlines and lots of fear and punishment if I don't get it right. And in working for Jeunesse, there isn't any of that. So it comes purely from a place of self-motivation and self-direction. And that is really difficult. But I would say that working for Jeunesse is the most satisfying and purposeful thing I've ever done.
Behind the scenes of Jeunesse, Keith had formed a private group called DOS, which meant Master over Slave Women.
What?
Several women of Keith's inner circle, including Allison, were instructed to recruit other women, usually from Jeunesse, and they were instructed to lie to their DOS recruits and say that Keith was not involved in any way with DOS. India recalls Allison telling her about DOS and saying it was, quote, women mentoring women in a very specialized, deep way, and that it would push you past the areas you hadn't yet allowed yourself to grow, unquote. India Oxenberg is the daughter of Hollywood actress Catherine Oxenberg and the granddaughter of royalty, as her grandmother is Princess Elizabeth of Yugoslavia. At age 19, India had chosen NXIVM over college, and over the years, as India attempted to rank higher in NXIVM, she used up her entire inheritance from her grandfather. Now, in an effort to get paid what Keith owed her, Allison recruited India into DOS, telling India it would help her rank higher in NXIVM how India so desperately wanted. Allison told her DOS recruits that they had to make a lifetime commitment to DOS, which included ultimate obedience to her. When India asked what ultimate obedience meant and if she could still have a boyfriend, Allison replied, "You need to ask me permission to do anything in your life." Allison then told India the setup of DOS was a master-slave dynamic. When India told Allison that made her feel uncomfortable, Allison replied that was a totally normal reaction to have, and to do it anyway, because DOS was about pushing people outside of their comfort zones in an effort to help them grow. Allison told India if it made her feel better to look at it as a mentor-student relationship, and promised India that she would always be there for her. India had no idea Keith was at the head of DOS. Exercises started off slow with new DOS recruits, like journaling their deepest fears every day and letting their master read them. India said that Allison was very interested in what made India most vulnerable, including what she was uncomfortable with intimately. Allison referred to it as bonding. But then tasks got more intense, and Allison told her slaves to restrict their calories to 500 a day for weight loss, and called it a character-building practice for self-restraint. India recalls being told that if she didn't meet the weight requirement, she would be forced to spend 30 days doing intense studying at one of NXIVM's headquarters. Then, Allison began to tell India her relationships to her family made her dependent, so she needed to separate herself from them. Allison took it a step further and told India her relationship with her boyfriend was keeping her from being empowered and getting stronger, and encouraged India to break up with him. Not long after, Allison ordered her slaves to start texting her "Good morning, Master" and "Good night, Master" every single day. According to the documentary Seduced, Allison texted one of her slaves saying, quote, "Practice this daily. Meditate on me, my face, my constellation. Embody me. I will be in your heart forever," unquote. Allison even told her slaves to figure out what would make life easier for her. Allison would say, "Everything I do for you, I do for your own benefit. Everything I have you do is for your own good." Allison constantly told her slaves that they needed to lean into fear and discomfort, and that, quote, "Pushing past your comfort zone will make you stronger and more capable in all areas of your life," unquote. Now, there are many things YouTube considers too graphic for creators to talk about without getting demonetized. But I can tell you, Allison then told her slaves their next assignment was to seduce Keith. And gradually, the assignments became more and more explicit. Eventually, India moved in with Allison, and Allison made India cook and clean for her and do her errands. Then, Allison started punishing her slaves, making them do planks, taking ice-cold showers, and standing barefoot in the snow at 3 a.m. It was a brutal lifestyle for these women, who were not only taking Nexium classes as students, but teaching as Nexium coaches, and also being made to do all the slave tasks assigned to them by their masters in the secret society of DOS. One might ask, okay, but why would anyone put up with this behavior? Why not just leave? These women couldn't just leave due to the private and disturbing information they handed over to their masters before joining DOS. Sensitive information called collateral. When Nexium members were asked to join DOS, they were told they couldn't be given all the information about what DOS entailed until they gave the person trying to recruit them something called collateral. Collateral could be things like credit card information, private videos and photos, and written notarized statements with
Oh,
any
maybe
information
maybe
about
my sound effect problem might be finally fixed. Let's see, maybe my sound effect problem fixed finally. Please, please, please. Oh, it didn't. Oh my god, it's like endless, that fucking problem. It's endless. The longer I go, the longer I'm going to be stuck in it, stuck with it. It's so annoying. I don't know how long I'll be able to go. Like, the longer I go, the worse the queue is going to be. I should maybe do it now before it gets worse. Because it sucks not having sound. Like, I feel like I'm not having fun, really. God damn it. Q was over 800. Shit. That's like at least an hour. Wow, look at all that. Jesus. Wow, look at all these fucking people. Yeah, this is a dead game, huh? Yeah, I don't think so. I think MMORPGs died, and I think everybody went shooters. I think MMORPGs are dead. I think this game's actually doing well. It's funny. Well, I guess I'll face the queue and play something else while I face the queue. Having no sound is really fucking bothering me, like really bothering me, so I'm going to go out and exit to desktop and maybe hope that maybe fucking solves the problem at least. I'm really not having fun without sound, so I'm just gonna do the queue again. Yeah, and I'll just surf. In the meantime, I'll surf Nexus and do the same thing I did last time, and I'll be down for like an hour. But oh well, you know. Oh, good, and I got rid of the other unresolved file conflicts. Are there? What are they? Yeah, so we'll do Eve Essential or after is the suggested. Okay, save. Okay. Cool, and then we'll make sure that I'm in the queue. Make sure my screen is showing. Yeah, our screen showing. Yep, screen showing. Okay, and now we will go into the queue. Connect my Twitch account. Okay. They never had that before. Yeah, that stuff out of here. Connect the Twitch account, damn it. I don't know. Oh god, this is taking a long time for some reason. What? What is going on, man? You're like glitched or something. I can't even like see the character select. I shouldn't have logged off. Oh well. I mean, it was a fun experience. Connection error. Login service isn't available this moment. It's going to get trouble connecting to the internet. Reconnecting. Please wait. No, it's not me. It's you. Damn it, man. Maybe I should just relog. You seem sort of messed up here, so we're just going to Alt F4 and try again. That was cool. I hit 1,000 hours right as the expansion hit. 2 expansions took me 1,000 hours, so we can kind of